He is big. Nah, he is big boy.
He is big, proud boy. He's beautiful. Beautiful flying little creature.
I will put you over there, my boy. My boy.
Ooh. Juice. Need juice. Command. Let's turn on that bot. That bot that turns off all the time. I like that guy. He's a good boy.
He's a good boy, and I'm proud of him. There he is. That sweet baby.
Oi, Alchemic. How are you doing? Hello. Oi, oi, oi. Happy Friday, everybody. Hello. Happy Friday. I'm gonna go grab me a drink, you guys. Maybe y'all can go grab a drink. Get yourself a snack. Make sure that your pillows are nice and cozy. Make sure that you're nice and comfy. I'll be right back with a juice. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Alchemic, you already put in work, baby. You're already putting in work. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Can we like ban a phrase that would make it easier for you? I thought that there was like a phrase that you could ban or something. Maybe I've got to do that. I thought that we'd added that. Yeah. Oh, and I couldn't find my container, you guys, so I'm gonna have to use Oh boy. Oh boy, check out this container. This looks disgusting. Why is it a big jar? It looks like I'm about to eat or drink part of like an experiment. Here's my science experiment, you guys. This week was make your own drink. Tastes like science. Fantastic. Yata, how are you doing? Rosera, what's up? Alchemic Refuge. Thank you for banning Different lens today? Yes, I'm using the other lens. It's not good. It's not the good one. It's the old one. It's the old lens. This is the cheapest one. The cheapest one that came with the camera. And I'm going to, it's this amount of millimeters that I want. I think that this is the amount of millimeters that I'm going to use. And this is 16, so I need to get a prime lens. And then, boom, I'll be able to have big screen. But yeah, look. I'm like, I think that it might work well for like different viewpoints. I don't know. It could work well for just a normal square face cam. And then all of the lighting will look a lot better whenever I buy another lens. It'll make it so that like I can make the room a lot darker. It'll look fancy. But yeah, I'm working on it. I want to have the wide angle. I like the wide angle so that we can show off a lot of the room. You look small in the game scene? Yeah, I made myself pretty small. But I can adjust it. Yeah, it's maybe a little tiny. Yeah, let's maybe cut it like that. Is that better? Yeah, I'm pretty small. I'm a small lad. I mean, I have to fit in with my 5'3". With my 5'3" height. I don't want to look too big, you guys, because I want to be honest. I'm a small man. I'm a small little sweet baby boy. Oh, you weren't saying that it's bad? You were just saying that it's small? I mean, I'm with you. I kind of like it maybe more focused on face rather than room, I guess. Yeah, but we're working on it. I was just goofing around, so I thought that I'd leave it. I didn't have any time. I was playing with stuff until the stream started. So I also have a little bit of a surprise that you may have not noticed yet, but I'm gonna keep it under wraps until we start playing the game. Until we start playing the game, the surprise will not be revealed. Rosera, what's the concoction? Oh, it's just juice. It's just juice. Oi, Tayaki-san. Why? It's nice to see you again. Tayaki, in another stream. Oh my. Yeah, just accept your 4'4"-ness. You need to just make yourself small. Squish yourself down, streamer. Make it clear how tall you actually are. Oi, Del, how are you doing? What's up? I hope you're doing fantastic. I'm doing pretty good. I'm ready to play some more of this game. I'm not gonna lie. The game has intrigued me. We have not gotten stuck anywhere in quite a while, so I'm interested to see what we can get done in this game. How much did you miss yesterday? When did you leave? Del, I don't remember when you left. Oh dear. I don't remember. Also, Alchemic, did you play Pokemon Unite with me? Cause I saw somebody that looks suspiciously like your name. Alchemic, did you find me in that game? Did you? You didn't? There was somebody that was named something related to Alchemic. I think that there was somebody that was named like Arcane something, and he was playing Mr. Mime. There was somebody with the name Arcane, and they were playing Mr. Mime, and I was like, he found me already in my first game. I can't believe it. The only one that you played with is Oopsie. Oh, snap. That's so funny. There was somebody that was named Arcane, and they had Mr. Mime, and I was like, it's gotta be him. It can't be a coincidence. It's my first game, and I saw that you had just gone online, so I was like, aha. We got him, but I wasn't sure. So what's the deal with? Oh, by the way, hello there, Bohemian Moon. How are you doing? What's up? We're talking about this Pokemon game, this Pokemon Unite game. I'm confused about Pokemon Unite. I don't understand if it's supposed to be like, when does it get hard? Like, do they make you fight against people that are your rank? I don't get it. Do they have like a ranking system? I mean, I know that there's levels in it, but everything seemed way too easy. I mean, maybe I was only playing against noobs. Maybe they were putting me against noobs. But I played like 3 games, and I was the top player every game, and I was just slaughtering these kids. Oh, they have a ranked system, but you have to unlock it. Okay, I was about to say, this game is I'm snoozing. It's too boring. It's too boring. If I have to play against these kids all the time, I'm gonna feel bad. I don't want to beat up these poor kids. Hi, y'all. I love your sweatshirt or hoodie. Hi there, Mangled Marionette. You sweet bean. I saw you over in Arisa's stream earlier. I hope that you enjoyed it. Hello, how are you doing? Kim, I'm quickly here to say hi, send some love. I have a terrible migraine, so I'm gonna schlep earlier. I'm sorry that you're feeling crummy, Kim. I hope you start feeling better. I hope you start feeling better. Take care of yourself. Drink some water before you go to bed, and then get some rest. Get some rest. Make sure that it's nice and dark in that room. Goodness, you got the new Sims expansion today, and it's so fun. Ooh, Bohemian. They were talking. Somebody was talking about that Sims expansion. What was the what did it expand? Oi, Dakota, what's up? The Furry King has arrived, and the furries will thrive. How are you doing? I'm doing fantastic, Dakota. Thank you for asking, Dakota. I hope you're having a fantastic and furry day. I hope you're having a very floofy day, a very owo day, possibly. Cottage living, that's what it was. It's essentially England in The Sims. Ooh, finally, you can make your own Galarian region. Yummy juice. You can now raise animals, and it's all cottagecore and adorable. Ooh, raising animals. I like the sound of that. The only thing that bothers me about Sims is that it doesn't seem like you control one specifically. If I could be a Sim, I would love for Sims to release a mode where I can be one of the minions in somebody else's Sim game. I just want to be the minion. I don't want to have to control everything. I don't want to have to control the house. Can I be your Sim? Can I be your Sim and just walk around the house, and then you can like try to kill me, and I'll be like, no, I have to get the baby out of the baby fell in the pool. I've got to go pick him up. That sounds fun to me. Also, I've been playing Pokemon Unite. Yeah. Oh, you have been, Kim. You have been. I noticed lots of lurking ever since Pokemon Unite was released. It's very true. It's very true. It's. Okay, it's all right. I thought it was pretty fun. But I don't know. Might not be for me. I don't generally like multiplayer games. I just can't get caught in the loop. I don't know how to get caught in the loop. I played like 3 games and I was like, this is fun, but I didn't want to keep playing. I don't know. But it was fun. It was good. It was like, I had fun, but I don't know. I didn't feel like, oh, I've got to get every Pokemon, or oh, I've got to unlock something. I've got to get ranked mode. I've got to make my character look beautiful. I just didn't care. Oh no. I'm sorry. I felt guilty too. I was like, shouldn't I be getting into this game? I don't know. It's like Heroes of the Storm in terms of simplicity. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what makes people want to play games. I don't get it. I don't get it. You've got the most amount of acorns you ever had. Ah, mangled marionette. Interesting. I do have a special use for acorns today. That might be a only 1-day event. Yeah, I think that we're only gonna do this once, and I made a special thing for Dakota. Nani? I've got a special redeem for those right now. Lemonberry, what's up? Oh, if Lemonberry's here. I'll be right back, you guys. I want to show something that Lemonberry sent. It's so cute. Nani? Must protect Box. Must not let anybody see Box. Lemonberry sent something to my P.O. box, and I saw the Kennyless screen of sadness. Kareem, I'm here, and I'm back. I'm sorry, Kareem. I've already returned. Hello there. Hi there, Beowulf. Hello there, Aphrodite. What's up? Look at what Lemonberry made. It's so cute. I love it so much, Lemon. It's a custom floof. Look at the tail. It's got a big old fluffy tail and a big heart. It's so cute. Look at that baby. Look at the baby. I love it. Thank you so much, Lemonberry. Lemonberry. So much love has been put into this. And look at its fluffy ears. Look, its ears are a different color, just like the real squirrel. It's so cute, Lemonberry. It's so cute. And it's so well done. You put so much effort into it, and I love it so much. Thank you, Lemonberry. It's so cute. You're not supposed to send me presents on your birthday. That doesn't, I received it like on your birthday too. Oh, what the heck? Thank you, Lemonberry. I will find a beautiful place to put this. But for now, I'm putting it straight in front of me so that I can look at it all day. So I don't ever have to look away from it. I know, it's so cute. It's amazing. Thank you so much, Lemonberry. I did get it. Oh, wow, 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 wow. You'll probably drop it in a week. You just wanted to get expert ranked and then done. Ooh, Alex, see, I'm tempted to do that though. I do almost want to just like go and just do the game really quick and just beat it. but it's all right. It's pretty fun. I like that they made it. I'm sure that they can keep releasing like a bajillion. They can keep releasing a bajillion different Pokemon, and that's kind of cool. Calico, what's up? How are you doing? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Emo Kitten, hi there. Aw, those are cute. Look at those cute emotes. I love them. What's up? Emo Kitten, I hope you're doing well. Just a heads up, I'll probably be on the ultimate work today. Oh no, you're feeling crappy? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kareem, that you're feeling under the weather. That you're feeling under the weather. Hopefully you'll feel better soon. Hopefully your body will perk up. Perk up, body. Gonda, what's up? How are you doing? You've been reading that they plan on releasing quite a few mons, but meh, Mime is my favorite mon, some Gucci. I'm so shocked that they released Mime. Why would they release Mime? I don't get it. Who was asking for Mime? I get that you like Mime, and that's awesome. And it's even more awesome that that's like one of the 8 out of 800 Pokemon. They chose Mr. Mime to be in a roster of like 10? What the heck? That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, immediately whenever I saw that, I thought that there must have been a million different Pokemon. But then you were like, I'm going to play Mr. Mime. And I'm like, there's a million Pokemon. And I started the game and I was like, there are like 20 Pokemon and one of them is Mr. Mime. What are the odds? Somebody at Nintendo agrees with you. Tomorrow I'm getting on a boat for the first time. Ooh, are you gonna, what kind of boat are you talking about? Are you talking about like a small speedboat or like a yacht or like a what's it called, a ferry where you put cars on it? What kind of boat? Getting nervous about date number 4 tomorrow. Gonna watch Black Widow. Ooh, I hope that you enjoy it, Gonda, and you'll have a wonderful time. Gonda, good luck. Good luck. We're rooting for you. Gonda, you're gonna be fantastic. Who couldn't love a Gonda? Who couldn't love a gondola? I'm well. I hope your day's been awesome. You're so sweet. Emo Kitten, my day's been pretty good. I woke up pretty decently, and then Arisa did a art stream. And that really encouraged me to actually do things today, like do work. So I actually got some stuff done. I hung up another light over here that you can't see, but I can see it. And I'm gonna probably hang up a light in front of me, and I'm gonna maybe sneak one more over there. I'm thinking maybe I'm gonna make one down low there, but I have to buy a couple of things to be able to do that. I also updated the sub thing, and I almost deleted Bletbo, but I decided to, we're gonna keep it for a little bit longer, all right? I absolutely lied to y'all, but at least it was a good lie, okay? I've lied to y'all about bad things before. I've lied to y'all about things that you didn't get, but this is something that I'm lying that I lied that I was gonna take it away. We're gonna keep Bletbo for a little bit longer. Kenny, did you get more of those hexagonal lights? Yeah, I got more of those hexagon lights with the little stabby bits, and it looks kind of like like an icicle. And then over here, I have a little Triforce that's kind of hard to see, but I'm gonna make it easier to see it in the future. I've got more triangles that are right here, and I've got a whole nother pack of these hexagons back here that I'm gonna put somewhere else. You lie to us all the time. I'm used to it. I'm hardened. My heart is hardened to you, son. You cannot lie to me anymore. This is like a wide angle lens. It's true. It's 16 millimeters. So I'm probably, what I'm basically trying to decide is if I want this width or this, not angle, but this focal length. Do I want this focal length? Like it, no matter which lens you get, this length to here to over here is gonna be the same. Like across the screen, it's always gonna be the same, unless we're talking about full frame. But I think that this is a full frame. Well, regardless, the point is that you'll be able to see like from here to there. But if I buy a new lens, then I can make it like look prettier and my skin can look softer and the room can be darker and still look good. I had to artificially raise the ISO on this thing, so it's a little bit noisier and uglier. It's uglier, let's be honest. And I can't make like the background blurry. You can get a lens that makes the background blurry. You can get a lens that makes the background like as sharp as a tack if you wanted to. You could do either one. I'm still not sure what I want to do. That's why I'm still playing with stuff. I had to do something. What's the limited time acorn thing? You'll see it whenever we start the game. Whenever we start the game, you'll see it. Someone should 3D print a squirrel and make it into a light. Oh my Lanta. Oh yeah, we were talking about the only noise that you notice is from the light, but it looks fine. Yeah, it's like, it's hard to explain. Mostly because I don't know what it is. But whenever you get nicer lenses, stuff just looks more clear, the lights look more vibrant, things look sharper, things look blurrier when you want them to. It interprets the light better, it makes it so that your skin is smoother. It's just like, if you get a good lens, it just has like overall super high quality like look to it. So hopefully paying $400 for a lens would be worth it. You had no idea that there was so much to think about whenever you have a camera. You don't have to, Calico, but you know, I kind of think if I'm gonna do this, if I'm gonna be streaming every single day and I'm a full-time streamer, then you know, I can put in the work to try to make it look as good as possible. You don't even have to care. You don't even have to care. Same thing with a mic. Like if you're using an iPhone to watch the stream and you're just using your speaker on board, doesn't matter if I use this mic. I could just use a Yeti. Doesn't matter. So, yeah, obviously, it's not that important. But I find it entertaining and interesting. And I just want to keep, you know, refining it. Basically, just, you know, shaving it down nice and slow, trying to figure things out. I've always been interested in cameras and stuff like that anyway. So I just keep playing it with it because I like it. Because I like it. Just like whenever I was with Royalty Soaps, I did the same thing. I was like always trying to play with the cameras and change up how the audio works and do different editing and stuff like that. Do you know what headphones you're gonna get? The Astro 500s, I think. Oh, what's up, Shiny, by the way? Hi there, Shiny. Shiny's here. Brats, how are you doing? I mean, let's be honest, we watch you even in 144p. You're so sweet. Yes. X Straight, you unfortunately can't stay, but you're amazing people. You're so sweet. X Straight, get some rest or go do whatever you gotta do. Thanks for tuning in and saying hi. Thanks for saying hi. Yeah, there's these Astros. So the reason that I want to get those, and unfortunately they're really expensive, but for streamers that want to be able to like monitor their audio straight off of a mixer, which is what I have. I have a mixer and I'd really like to monitor it directly like I'm doing right now. And there's only 2 wireless headphones on the market that will like take an aux input and then will transmit it into a wireless headset. There's only 2 in the entire world that do that I know of and that anybody knows of. So either I gotta get a Steel Series like Arctis 7 or I have to get an Astro 500 or something like that. And I've already tried the shape of the Steel Series and they're uncomfortable on my ears. So I'm just gonna try for the other one. I've never worn them before, but it's worth a shot because I already know what the other ones are shaped like. I've already tried those. So I'd rather try the other ones. Kenny, guess what I done did for the birthday today? Oi! Midnight Blonde for the birthday. Is it your birthday today, Midnight Blonde? Because I will sing you happy birthday like right now. I will. Midnight Blonde, stop! Stop! Stop it! Stop using the nani. I guarantee you will be kicking yourself if you don't stop. If you don't stop, you gotta spam the nani in a little bit after we start the game. After we start the game, that's when you want to spam the nani. All right? Only you wait. All right? It's gonna be great. You can get squirrel ones made for what? Oh yeah, because they're fully moddable. That's the other thing, Alec. It's really cool. The headset, like you can change the You can change the top of the headset. You can change the material that are on your ears. So you can modify it. So I can make it work. I will make it work. If any headphone's gonna be comfortable, it's gonna be that one. It's gonna be that one. You guys, it's happy birthday. Okay, Midnight Blonde. Now let me just pause this music for a second. Midnight Blonde. Is there something that I can call you? Should I just call you Blonde? I can just call you Blonde, but I'm gonna sing happy birthday for you really quick. And someday I will have a reverb thing that I can turn on that will make my voice sound slightly better. But that's okay. I'll just sing it for you, my very best that I can. Chelsea, is that how to say that? Ooh, it's so silent, so spooky. Goodness, it's could y'all hear me gulping? This is very uncomfortable, you guys. Yes, very uncomfortable. Oh, it is. Okay, you guys, please sing along with me, you guys. Happy birthdays in the chat. Make sure that you spam some stuff. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Chelsea. Happy birthday to you. Yay! Happy birthday! And thanks for spending part of your 18th birthday with us. Wow! It's your birthday. It's a special birthday. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you have a fantastic day. Make sure that you eat some good food. Make sure that you eat some food or get a snack or do something special. Do something special. I hope that you just have a great day. Midnight Blonde, it's so nice to see you. It's so nice that you've been on Earth for 18 years. Here's to 18 more. Here's to 18 more years on Earth with Midnight Blonde. Indeed. Oh, wow. You posted your gift in arts? Ooh. I will take a look. Where's Harvey? Kuro, you're ahead of yourself. You're ahead of yourself. You will see Harvey when we start the game, yes. Yes, Kuro, you shall see him. I'm afraid so. Were you looking to get the 40s or the 50s? Ooh, I don't know. Are they both wireless? Let me just look up Astro, and I bet it'll pull up there. I think that it's A50s. Yeah, the Astro A50s with the base station, because the base station is the thing that makes it work with the That's what makes it work. Oh wow, that works with the PS5 too. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Yeah, because I think that the 50s, yeah, with the base station, that means that I can listen to the stream. Thank goodness. That's the thing that I've been worried about, and why I haven't switched from these Dirty Buds. I've got $8 Dirty Buds. Why hasn't he appeared on someone's birthday? My lovely chicken. Oh, wow. On somebody's special birthday. I thought with the 50s you could ditch your mixer entirely. No. I don't think so. The mixer does a lot of so like the mixer powers this mic. The mixer powers this, so I have to use that. Yeah. So the mixer also does so the mixer right now mixes my mic, which is this, obviously. It mixes chat audio. So if I'm talking with a Reese or somebody else, then it's an independent volume thing. I have my music, which is all of the things that don't change volume, which are things like Nani. Those are all on the music category, and they just stay maxed all the time. And then system is like my computer, essentially. And by having this mixer, it lets me have lots of different inputs and lots of different outputs. So if I want to put like a program to output into the music channel, then I can do it. If I want an input only from the mic and from nothing else, I can do that. Like it just makes everything so much more simple. It's a combination of hardware and software that makes it much easier. The only thing that is upsetting about this mixer is that I bought the smaller one for a second time, and I should have bought the bigger one, and I don't know why I didn't. It's so embarrassing. Why did I buy the second one again? Why, when I had an opportunity to buy a new one, and I bought the same small one when I needed the features of the big one. It has like effects and stuff so that I could like sing music and it wouldn't sound too bad. But I don't know, like I could do robot voices and like big scary voices and stuff. Just for fun, I could edit the voices, but I didn't buy that one. I don't know why. Why did I cheap out on that? Oh. I heckled you about that and not buying the insurance. Ah! It's so dumb. So dumb. While I was in bed, I realized that the red bird, it went right into your heart. Oh, what? Floggy, you sweet bean. Oi, 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 oi. Is the return period over? It probably is. And I probably don't even have the box anymore because I'm a dum-dum. You have to wait 4 days for the gift, though? Oh, so it's coming in soon. Ooh, coming in soon. Oi, 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 oi. I'm so dumb, you guys. Help. Help me not be stupid. I throw away everything and then I regret it. Dum-dum. Well, regardless. We'll get some cool headphones eventually. And then, yeah, oh well. That's it, next time. Oh well. You live and you learn. I sipped my water and took some meds. To bed I go. All right, we'll see you later, Kim. Get some rest. Get some rest. Kim, I hope you feel better. I'm glad that you took your pills. Oh boy, not sure what I came into, but it doesn't sound good. Oh, don't worry, it's all just hardware stuff. It doesn't matter. It's just the junk on my desk that you don't have to see. It's that stuff. Anyway, this is my first time seeing your room. Oh, like the big room. I've been working on it. I've been working on the room, trying to make it look better. It's been super ugly since I moved here. And I think that my problem was that I was like trying to set up a stream background. So I was like trying to set up this to look good on stream. But if you do that, the seams will start to tear. You will start to see the stream will have little cracks all over it. Like the lighting will just look weird for some reason. And that's because it's way better to just make the whole room look good. And then you just happen to point the camera at this spot. I need to make the rest of the room look cool and be enjoyable and be a place that I love to be in. And then I can just point the camera anywhere and it'll look good. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make the whole room look nice. And I might get a plant that goes somewhere in here. But I'm trying to get better at interior design, at decorating, because I'm not very good at it. I'm not very good at decorating, but I'm learning. I'm learning. It's gonna look even better sometimes. But yes, hi there, Belle Blue. I hope that you're doing well. What's up? We're gonna play some games. I'm thinking that we're just gonna get started. Oh, I'm still lurking in Dr. Bacon's stream. Dr. Bacon's stream, that fellow that we met yesterday. What a nice bean. Wait, let me stir up the juice a little bit. Ooh, no, it's down at the bottom of it. All right, let me just get rid of this. Okay, boom, now I'm done. I'm sorry. Sorry, that took forever. Oh, what? Oh, what is that? Oh, no. Oh, is that? Have y'all been saying nah? I told y'all to stop saying nani. I told you to stop saying it. He's freaking out. Hey, Pie, how are you doing? What's up? Nani? Stop saying nani. Stop it. Stop it. Can't let him. Don't let him loose. Don't let him loose. Keep him down there where he belongs. Don't let him out. That little Italian, how are you doing? What's up? What's up? When can we do juggle breaks again? Ooh, see, that's another good reason to keep my camera nice and wide so that we can do juggle breaks. No! Stop! Stop saying Nani! No, you're freeing him! You fools! You fools, you know not what you do! Do not awaken the beast! Oh my gosh, El Miradel, thanks for the raid! What's up? Hey, Miradel, thanks so much. How's everybody doing? Hello there. Oi, 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 oi. It's me, Cryptic Code. I know you. How are you doing? Miradel, how was the games? You were streaming Sims 4. Ooh, the cottage expansion. Were you working on your cottage? Were you making a beautiful cottage with lots of animals? Yeah, Sully Cat. That was going to the beat. Nani? Hey, Sully Cat, thank you so much for the sub. Can we get some hype in the chat for Sully with the support? I appreciate it. Could y'all stop awakening Steve? No cottage yet, but Anaya Falcon has made a shell challenge for me. Ooh, custom challenge. That's cool beans. I like that. I like that. Also, the little shouts are right in my face. Should I make it so that they don't go in my face? Where's Kappa? Let me make it so that Kappa doesn't cover up my face anymore. It's too much. It's too much. Where are you, Kappa? You silly bean. You silly bean. Where are you hiding? Where are you hiding? It's called Kappa. Where? Oh, I put it over everything. Maybe I should just put it just underneath my.
Nani?
Stop saying Nani. You're going to awaken him. Okay, that's in the right spot. Good stuff. Okay, sorry, I was messing with stuff. But you guys, thank you so much for the raid. I so appreciate it. Oi, 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 oi. Kappa. Who said Kappa? Who said, did somebody just say something nice and then they said Kappa? But Miradel, I hope that your stream was fantastic. Thanks for bringing your beans over here. I hope that y'all had lots of fun. We're gonna be playing, this, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of the Sky game. It's great. He's growing! I said Kappa. I did. I don't remember saying Kappa. Kappa's supposed to be sarcastic, right? My pleasure, Raid and Run, though. Oh, I totally understand. Yeah, that's why you ended your stream. I know what's up. You get out of here, Miradale. Have a good time. Have a good time. We will see you later. See you later some other time. Ooh, I hope that you roll a natural 20. Roll a natural 20 for me. Oh, it's because of Kappa Gen. Yeah. I named it Kappa because it's Kappa Gen. That's why. Stop. Stop awakening him. By the way, I calculated how many redeems it will take to get to the end of Steve. Are y'all curious? Do y'all want to know? Do y'all want to know? My cuties, I'm currently at the fam's house, so I got to go right now. All right, we'll see you later, Rosera. Enjoy your time over there. We will have plenty of fun while you are gone, but we will miss you. We'll see you later. It takes, let me see. What was the calculation? I think it was, ooh, it was big. It was a lot of redeems. I think that it's 300. Let me see. Let me scroll up. No, it's 200. It's 200 to get to the end of it. It's so much. It's a ridiculous amount, and that's only doing math. I'm not sure if that'll make it. I'll be honest. That doesn't look like a potato. He is a potato. Look, he's got hands. He's got hands. He's saying hello. He's a beautiful potato man. Stop, please. It only takes yes, use your points. It only takes 200 redeems to get to the end. It's just Steve. Well, good thing I got a lot of acorns. Pie. I hope you're doing well. I'm gonna just start this game. Potatoes don't have hands, though. Oh, what? It's Mr. Potato Head. It's Mr. Potato Head. He's a fake potato. All right, I'm turning on the game, you guys. I'm turning on the game because y'all are just gonna cause a lot of mischief the whole time. They do have plenty of eyes, though. Ooh, it's true. You love the team effort, Mr. Potato Steve. Remember, you guys, this is like a 5-hour stream. So if you don't get to the end of Steve, that's okay. That's okay, you guys. You'd rather have a lot of hands than a lot of eyes. Ew, a lot of eyes. That's too many. Yatta, what did you say? Imagine being Japanese and hearing, what? Oh, come on, Yatta. Come on, I thought that Nani was like, everybody knows that's like an anime trope, isn't it? Nani? I thought that was an anime trope over there. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's only a trope over here. Maybe we're the only ones that realized it. What? Nani? Oh, wait a second. We already got this. Okay, so, we are going to, what, voice over Kenny? What? Oh my, what? Okay, so we just arrived in the sand ship. So we're in a brand new beautiful area. A brand new beautiful area with Lonk. Time to find that sacred flame. Indeed, we have to find the, well, for one, we need a key. But we've got to find like the blessings, you guys. We have to find the blessings of the goddess. We've already got one of them, which was the scale, pretty much. And then we got the Shrek sword. So now our sword is imbued with Shrekliness. You see that green flame right there? That's our Shrek power. That's our Shrek power that's being held in in the hand of Steve Harvey Potato. He's too powerful. He's too powerful, and you mustn't test him. He will kill you. But yeah, we need to get the next one. We gotta get the next one. Bohemian Moon. Get that spam in there. Look at him go. Look at him go. All right, so we haven't discovered any of these. Here we go again. I should have made it more expensive. What's 200 times 200? I guess that's 4 zeros. So is that 20,000? Is that a mere 20,000 points? How do I kill Mr. Goop? Mr. Goopskis. We just earned our whip. We just earned our whip power. That's why fish has them so expensive? Oh, yeah. If I was as big as fish, I would make everything more expensive. Fish is a big fish. Well, not a big fish, but you know, he's a medium-sized fish. He's a partner fish, okay? Okay, here we go. Get that out of here. No, ow! Woo! That's right, no waste. No wasted bombs. Okay, can we run across this? Oh, I think it's too far, actually. Ooh, that's too close. Too close for comfort, man. I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh, wait a second. What about the belows? What if there's treasure below? What is this doing? Am I like, I think I'm venting the room. I'm making it more comfortable in there. I never meant to help those monsters inside. All right, kill that guy. You're dead. Okay, I'm gonna destroy all of these.
In one big smack, with one swing of his mighty sword, Link killed every barrel in the entire village. No! Save my barrel children! Yeah! Link killed all of the younglings. Master Anakin, what shall we do? Master Link, what shall we do? I'm sorry, younglings. You must all die. Stop. Get off me.
Get off me, you nasty little crawdads. They do look like little shrimp. You look like a tasty little shrimp. I'd put you right on the Barbie if I could. Perish. All of you die now. All of you nasty little bugs. I can't tell if they're bugs or if they're, well, I guess they're arachnids, aren't they? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that scorpions are arachnids. You love the epic voiceover? Oh, yes. Very epic. Very epic. Much cool. Boom! Saved! Easy money. Easy money. I see that my Photoshop skills are finally getting used, you guys. I'm so glad that I put in as much work as I did on that Steve Harvey potato, because holy moly, it actually took a little while. I didn't double check how long it took, but it took way longer than it should have. It took way longer than any sensible person would have ever taken. It took me a few different tries to figure out how to make that body look as good as it looks, which isn't good, by the way, but to get it to look how it looks, it took a little bit of work. He does kind of look like a long chicken nugget. He does kind of look like a delicious chicken nugget, to be fair. Ooh, there's hidden treasure. I wouldn't be surprised if my robot companion was like, there is no point in cleaning up all of that sand. That will not do anything. Nardivel! Oi, 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 oi! How are you doing? What's up? Oi, oi, oi! Nardivel! I feel like I'm just ruining my own VODs accidentally, or making it not fun for everybody else. I'm sorry if you find that annoying. I'm sorry. Oop. Oh, I missed some money. Missed some money like a dummy. Oh, look. Oh, ooh. The bottom wheel. The bottom wheel. Okay, so maybe we just gotta, oh yeah. So the first thing that we gotta do is we gotta figure out which way is which. What a mess. It's like the lily pad temple. Yeah, it's almost like they're ripping off their own puzzle. Yes. So we gotta figure out which way's up. I think that these are the way that's up. So this is right. Pretty sure. What does this look like? Yeah, both of these wheels have the red part pointing up. So this one is down. The only question is, what order are they in? Is this first? I'm guessing this is first. So I'm guessing that it's down. Ooh. No, because this one's down 2. That's 2. That's 2 down, yo. There's down, right, and up. There's no left. And look, this has 3 different things up there, too. Kind of weird. Kind of funky. There's 2 downs. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense, right? So that would be what? Down, down, up, right? Maybe? Maybe. I'll try it. Oh, I just did a dumb down, down, up, right? Down, down, up, right? No. Let's see. This would be down. So down, down, right, up, maybe. Down, down, right, up. Let's see. Oops. Down, down, right, up. Whoops. Down, down, right, up. No. Let's see this. Is there anything else that I'm missing in here? Oh, look. Oh, wait. Ooh. Oh, the red mark is different on everyone. Okay, I see. Whoops. Goopsies. My bad, my bad. Oh, dear. That's down. Down, up, down, right. All right. That's pretty obvious. Down, up, down, right. Down, up, down, right. All right. That was a pretty obvious solution that I should have gotten. Wah, 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 wah.
And then we get treasure.
Was it worth it, Link?
Was all that struggling and puzzling worth it? You found a map.
Oh, we got a key. Even Steve wanted to know what was in that box. Even Steve was curious. Link's like, I found a box. And he was like, Nani? What's in that box? Okay, now we can walk all the way back. Now we can walk all the way home. And we can tell Zelda that we tried.
Sorry, Zelda.
I tried, but I thought that I'd find you in that chest. But unfortunately, I only found a key. There was only a key in the box. I thought that there would be like a bunch of money in there. See, cleaning your rooms does produce treasure. Exactly. If you actually clean up your room with a dust buster every now and again, then you'll be able to find the treasure. Oh, time for you to go. Good luck with the game. All right, we'll see you later, Lemonberry. Thanks again for the beautiful thing. I hope that you had a happy birthday, and I hope that you enjoy your time away. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. Lemonberry, we love you. Have a good time. Oh, wow. Hang on. We gotta zoom, I think. Come on, Link. You made a runway. You can do it this way. Link, you almost died. You almost died. Okay. We gotta go all the way back. What is this? What is this, a Metroid game? Is this a Metroid game? They give you a key and then they make you walk all the way back. Come on, man. We just unlocked the magma cannon and now we have to go all the way back to the ice area? Are you kidding me? Wait, where's the door? Y'all are distracting me with your nanis. Where is it? Oh my gosh. All the way back up. Literally all the way. Holy moly. Oh, this isn't it. There's still so much more. There's another face. There's another one. Toucan Sam, what's up? We're fighting this pirate. Oh my gosh, he's an electric pirate. What am I supposed to do? Wave buster? Wave buster, wave buster. Wave buster. That's right. Get out of here! All right, stop. What do I hit him with? Down? Okay, that worked. Oh, we gotta push him off the edge. I see. It's a challenge of pokery. We must knock him off the edge. Ooh, maybe we should just dodge. Yeah, his like stab is not stoppable. He's unstoppable. He's amazing. He's godlike. This is kind of a cool battle. I like it. It's got a different style to it. Reminds me of that Wii Sports game where you where you have the baton and you just beat up the Miis. Again? What? What's this stupid mini boss? This silly old mini boss. Yeah, we gotta make him walk the plank. He's gonna get a taste of his own medicine. Think about all the people that this pirate made walk the plank. Oh man, he's got Tudo. Warlock Foxfire, what's up? Welcome back to the chat. Get out. No. Come on. Oh wait, it's 2 stabs. I keep forgetting. He stabs twice. There's got to be a better tool for this, right? Instead of the sword. Oh, the shield. Oh, dang it. I forgot about the shield. You have to press a specific button to activate this shield. Hey, look, he's got it on him in every other Legend of Zelda game. He holds the shield whenever you lock the camera or you lock onto an enemy. Then it automatically puts out the shield in the other games, and in this one you have to press press L3 every time. Every time, so he knocks down your shield, and you have to press L3 again to raise your shield up with every hit, and he hits multiple times. And they normally just have you press this button right here, and it makes the shield go out whenever you target on something. But this game stinks. This game actually has problems, you guys. This is just poorly designed in some ways. Not in every way. There's lots of good things in this game, but they literally designed it poorly in some ways, and it's torturous. Bad mechanics, Nintendo! Why? Why? There's no reason for this. And now we have to kill all those crawdads again. I'm sorry. The delicious salt is available, you guys. I wanted to salt the fries that we're gonna make with the Steve Harvey potato, all right? Listen. Yeah, so the Steve Harvey potato would probably not taste very good without all this salt. So I'm just trying to take care of you guys, all right? I'm just trying to take care of y'all so that the potatoes are delicious. But it's okay. I won't complain again. Now we're just gonna beat him, all right? We're just gonna beat him up. Sure, the mechanics are stinky, but we can still win. Your mechanics, you can't stop me, Nintendo. You can't stop me. I'm gonna win. Oh, Toucan Sam, thank you for the 100 delicious pieces of salt. 100 grains of salt. Thank you so much. Yum yum. A little butter, some salt, pepper, chives, and Toucan Sam just provided the salt. Now we can have some delicious potato. Thank you. Excuse me and thank you. Okay, now big shield brain. I wonder how many layers there are that you have to knock down, because you can't see it. You can't see like the spots that it's gonna be in. Yeah, see, there's no marks on the ground that show where it's gonna be. So I can't tell how many times we have to do this. It's way easier with the shield. You can just prevent damage. And he stabs pretty much every time that he parries. So if he parries with his hook, then I'll just use me shield. Even though it takes a while to get the thing ready. Oh, he did it again. Look at the skillful lad. He's actually a great swordsman. Ooh, off the edge you go, you stinky. I do like his, he seems more like a robot than he seems like a bone pirate. See what I mean? I don't know. He's got some things with his, like, look, he's got lights on his, in his rib cage, on his, what's it called? Spine, on his spine? Yeah, his spine has a, spine has lights on it. Oh, my shield broke. I thought that it healed itself. Looks like you gotta be more careful with that shield. That's too bad. I paid good money for that shield. I would save spam, but I don't think that you can. If I shut down the game right now, will I get my shield back? Will I get it back if I quit right now? I wonder when it auto-saves. I bet you that it probably, if you die, it should be fine. Yeah, but then I'm gonna lose my shield, right? Won't my shield be permanently gone? Or will it return? Well, we're gonna find out. That's a fair thing to find out. Let's see if we get my shield back. Apparently, we just can't spam it. That's all right. Yeah, let's see. You've been playing Pokemon Unite? Oh, I did try it last night, yeah. I tried it, Slimy Salamander. It was pretty fun. But I don't know. It didn't seem like super duper deep. Oh, we lost our shield permanently. That's dumb. Yeah, maybe we'll play like a round of Pokemon Unite, but it's so easy at the beginning of the game. Maybe maybe I'll play more and then it'll get harder, but right now it's just too easy. I just like I was wrecking those poor children. I don't understand what was wrong with them. They just stood there and let me kill them with Pikachu. Pikachu's a savage. I just kept doing the big old Thunderbolt. I would chase them, I would trap them, and then I would just spam the Thunderbolt. It was sad, dude. Can we be friends? Yeah, I can. Well, I don't know. I'm a very disappointing friend, Floggy. I will probably not play that game much, so I might play a little bit on stream tonight just for fun, but I probably wouldn't be a good friend. I'm sorry. Eggplants, your shield regenerates at a certain rate. It's not invincible. I see that. I definitely was relying on it too much. Though to be fair, I guess I was kind of experimenting as to what would happen. I kind of was curious what would happen. Yep, it does. There's also an invincible shield that's available later on. Ooh, that's good to know. That's the kind of stuff that I do want to know. Those are the spoilers that are delicious. Thank you. Yeah, not wasting money in a game is something that's something that I look up. If there's a game that I can tell that there's like lots of tiers, I will pretty often look stuff up. But I don't do that on But I don't do that whenever I'm streaming stuff. I try to keep it 100 with you guys. I try to keep it 100, and that's why we normally do no spoilers. I can't tell if he's blocking a certain direction because I was spamming it too much. No, it looks like he sometimes will just block stuff. He got a little bit confused. You replay the game to get highly unshielded if you want to get it. You have to replay it to get the what? Beowulf, I am confused. I am the embodiment of confusion. Yo, get out of here. Yo, listen up to my new rap. I just bought a Freddy hat. The Hylian shield makes sense. God, get out. Get out! Get out of my house. Get out of my house. You smell like beef and cheese. Double stabs. Simpleton. You've been bamboozled by Link. Oh. Whoa, big spins. Hey, Beth, welcome back. Welcome back, Bethany. Hope you're doing well. Stabby. Oh my, I come in, first thing I see is a huge potato head on the right. Oi, Grape Dog, how are you doing? He's spinning. Okay, you guys, I can't. I gotta be careful now. I'm being dumb. I'm being a dumb baka. I'm being a sussy baka again. Oh, God, he's doing it twice. Boy, get out of here with that weak trash. I'm sick of your attitude. We're trying to have a nice Thanksgiving with the family, and this is how you're going to treat our Uncle Rick?
Get out. Die in the sand, you fool. You fool.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. That was a very cool mini-boss. That's my favorite one. Master, that synthetic life form. It was a robot. There's a 99% chance that it was the pirate described by the... He's a robot, dude. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. He wasn't even a skeleton. You got the bow, dude. That's the last item. Nice. Nice. Okay. I'm doing good. Oh, I'm glad that you're doing well there. You can strike your targets from afar. You can blast them big time. Certain devices. That's the first time I've seen that device. I'm actually very pleased about that. I'm very pleased that I don't think that I've seen many of those. I haven't seen many, if any, of those little eyeball-looking things before. So I don't think that we've missed a lot. They might just be hidden in the rest of the game. Why would a robot decay? Well, robots are still carbon-based life forms, aren't they? I mean, robots are made out of things that decay eventually. Everything dies, you know. Ooh. What crazy looking HUD stuff. See all that? Oh. Okay, cool beans. Master, yeah, I saw it. I saw it. The camera pointed at it. Why is she telling me that? What's wrong with this game? It literally just showed it on camera. Why was she like, I'm pretty sure something just happened, Master. Maybe you could go up there. Yeah, the master of the obvious. I just don't get it sometimes, okay? Most of the time it makes sense. I do really like how you, whenever you shoot at stuff, it like makes, it's super satisfying. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wave buster. Yeah, exactly. The other robots didn't decay into skeletons. They fell apart like statues. That's true. That's true. And I think that that's because they weren't in these time shift areas. So, like, even these guys turned into bones, I guess. I don't quite understand how the time shift area works. Maybe that would explain why the skeleton lived. Maybe he was like in a little capsule or something. I mean, he's certainly more advanced than these guys, but I don't know about the rest of it. You know what? But we're gonna whip out the Hyrule Historian. We're gonna read them, okay? I've got all 3 of the big books in the collection, and I'll just read y'all that all the way through. We can do a quick reading, and we can upload the entirety to YouTube. I'll of course do voices and everything. We'll just read the entire book. And then Zelda died. Ooh, I don't actually want to go in there right now. Ooh, Kathy, what's up? How are you doing? Don't question Nintendo's logic. They will ban you permanently. Look out, Nintendo's, they can be pretty nasty. You better be careful. That would take care of the YouTube videos from the subathon? Yes, it would. That is true. That is true. That would count as a YouTube video. That'd be a long YouTube video, though. And that would also be recycled content. That's a rule that I didn't tell y'all, but that's a rule that I'm gonna follow. The YouTube video cannot be recycled content. It has to be new. Has to be all new. Has to be all new, spelled N-U, like new metal. Aw, he died. You died. Farewell. That's why you do it off stream? That's true. That is why I would do it. Wow, he's so smart. Stop. He's... Get stabbed. What? He's too smart for me. He's too smart for me. I'm a dummy. Arrow. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Boom. And they didn't even touch me. You landed yourself another night shift today. Very tired and still much left time till I go. How are you? Ooh, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad to help you out if you're gonna be able to watch this during your night shift. I'm not planning on doing a short stream tomorrow. We're building Legos, so I'm down to clown. I'm down to clown this evening, you guys. We got Mr. Potato Head on our side. What can stop us, you guys? If Potato Head's on our side, who can stand up to us? Nobody. Nobody. Time quivereth before the mighty potato. Even time itself quivereth. Quivereth. That's hard to say. Thanks for the follow, eggplants. I appreciate it. I'm guessing that you're a Legend of Zelda fan. since you seem to be rather knowledgeable on the subject. I am very, very interested in playing Ocarina of Time next. I think that we might do that. And I've played Ocarina of Time. It's my favorite one, for sure. But I have never played it on stream before, and it has been a good many years since I played it. The last time that I played it was on my 3DS. So the OG game, playing it on a ROM, was years and years and years, so many years ago. I don't even know how many. You used to speedrun Skyward Sword on the Wii. Oh, sweet. That's awesome sauce. Eggplants, I'm so impressed by speedrunning. I think it's so cool. I'm honestly just searching for something for me to speedrun, to be honest. I want to find a game that I'm passionate about and do some speedrunning because it's so cool and I'm so impressed by it. It's definitely up my alley. The thing that I'm closest to speedrunning is Bennett Foddy, to be honest, is getting over it. But I don't think that I'll ever be godlike at that game. I don't know if I could ever be godlike. That would take such a ridiculous amount of time. Should I get off of here? So what's the deal? I'm trying to look around for like extra treasure, but I don't see any. We can deactivate the crystal, but why would we want to do that? I don't understand. Lupus! I'm not gonna speedrun Doom. Keep practicing. Yeah, maybe we'll do a little bit of practice tonight. You can do it. I mean, I just want to get sub 5. Sub 5 is what I'm trying. You can try an SS no-hit run. Good Lord. That's amazing. No. We'll have none of that. I am, you see me dying? Do you see how my hearts are in pain? Yeah, I don't know about that no-hit run. Oh, Link falling off over here. Oh, I was gonna whip out the sailcloth, but it wasn't that far. So what did this captain say? That's why I should listen to them. Poor devil was trying to talk to me and I just ignored him. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is still locked and we don't have a key yet. But since we have like activated the crystal, then can we go downstairs and things will be different, I'm guessing? I don't... Oh, yeah, there was spiky walls down here that must be missing now. We'll be able to go everywhere. We can discover this entire ship. Let's see. So where were those spiky doors at? Oh. Maybe this one's here. Find a stool and have a sit. That's fair. That's fair. I should sit down. Excuse me, lads. Sorry for entering. My bad. I'll knock next time. I'll knock. I see that y'all are busy. Sorry about that. I'm just gonna go sit down on the stool over here and think about what I've done. Oh no, the stool is actually past that room, I think. Oh dear. No time to think about what we've done. We have to run past these guys, maybe? Maybe we can... Let's just schmooze. Let's schmooze on these fools. Oh. Let's schmooze on these fools. They are not gonna know what didn't hit them. Doors there. This way has a stool, I'm pretty sure, if we just pass the little crawdaddy section. Come on. Let me loose. No, there's a guy. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna sit down. That's better. Hey! Don't hit a man while he's sitting down! am I gonna do? Can I? No, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh crap! What? No, I wanted to whip him. Dang it! I was trying to whip him all along. Dang it! He pulls out his sword whenever you refocus the camera. Then he pulls out the sword again. What the heck? How am I over here now? Ah, I think that this is a good room. This is a good room. I whipped it when I should have nay-nayed it. It's true. Looks like I was the one that got nay-nayed on. I love these guys so much. At first, I didn't know how to beat them, and they were horrifying. But now that I know how to beat them, they're probably the most fun enemy to dispatch. I can't say kill. Nintendo will shut down the stream if I say kill. We use the word dispatch. What's wrong with Sudsbot? He's freaking broken. Sudsbot has been such a bad boy recently. A Fluggy, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I think that I might have to retire Sudsbot for a little while. Because Sudsbot needs to go into maintenance. And I think that Nightbot might take Sudsbot's position for now. Sudsbot is a beautiful being. I really don't understand. Oh, do they just... Oh, I see. So they just slowly will like... Oh! Dang it. I didn't see that there. You're a human, aren't you? How did you get here? You came with the captain to save us. I am so happy, but we can't get out of here where that sparky thing blocks the door. That is true. I almost forgot to mention it, but the engine room is right below the brig. Okay, all right. There's a corridor from the engine. Yes. You need to get to the engine room. You need to activate the 2 power generators. Oh, all right. You can do it, for Weep. Thank you. All right, down we go. We have to go deep into the belly. Deep into the belly of the ship. And we could heal ourselves here if we wanted to, but you know what? I'm a risk taker. I'm a rule breaker. Actually, never mind. Never mind. No risks, no rules. There we go. That's good job, Link. You sat down. You're a good guy. Stabbed in the back. So rude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being rude. Should have tapped him on the shoulder. What time is it? Is Saturday's stream? I think we're gonna start at 2. Gonna start at 2 p.m. So pretty early. Not pretty early. Like just a couple hours earlier. Couple hours earlier. Do you want me to set up a shout out command? Yeah, go for it if you can. If you can do that, go for it. Yeah, so they like switch slowly. I didn't even notice that before. Oh, maybe they can switch over if you do it like parallel. Oh, I see. Okay. I cannot believe that I made it this far into the game without realizing how you fight the enemies. But I think I get it. You even have some time to finalize some line work for embroidery that you want to do on your jean jacket. Ooh, Kathy, what are the 2 illustrations that you're thinking about? I do want to get a I would love to get a jean jacket that's kind of like not sun bleached, but that's like, oh, what would the word be? That's something bleached or stained or something. I'd love to get one that's like, you know, white in some spots. I forget what that word is, but I'd like to get one of those and maybe a leather jacket. Could go along with my hair pretty good. I mean, look at the hair. That's acid washed. Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I was thinking of. An acid washed jean jacket would be cool. Then I could put patches on it or something. And then a cheap leather jacket would be kind of cool. It'd be faux leather. It wouldn't be. It would be fox leather. You know, leather from foxes. Steve looked like a Cheeto now. Oh, what? That's not a Cheeto. That's a chicken nugget. That's a chicken nugget potato. Mmm, yum, yum. Who's Nightbot? Nope, nobody's Nightbot. Nightbot's a bot. Nightbot is a bot. I hate to blow your mind like this, but it is a filthy robot. Speaking of filthy robots. You mean fox leather? Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm afraid so. How many foxes have to suffer until we stop making fake leather outfits? Huh. Well, it looks like we have to activate this to get through here. Really? I want to make sure that oh, I think you can whip it. Ooh, maybe you can whip it. No, that's really far. Dang it. Why would they tease me like this? Oh, Zelda, you tease me so. Well, I don't think that we can do this yet. I think that we might have to come down here later. That's too bad. They bamboozled me. They bamboozled me. They gave me a way out. Gave me a way out. Darn.
How dare you, you monsters. I will never forgive you.
You have an oversized men's jacket that looks a little bit plain. The two designs that I have in mind would go on the back of it. Either a band illustration, Beartooth. Dude, Beartooth is sick. I've seen Beartooth twice live, and I want to go again. They're coming into town again pretty soon. Beartooth is pretty good. Let me move on. Wait, where do I... Oh, this door's locked. All right. This door's locked. Oh, I don't think we've ever been in this corner. Don't put baby in a corner. I don't see anything. How are we gonna activate that, like, pump thing that's in the way? Oh, and welcome back, Calico. Welcome back. You've returned. You've returned safe and sound. Sorry, I'm probably asking a lot of questions. That's all right, Floggy. That's okay. You have your dad's old denim jacket, and you painted vines on it and lots of pins. It's pretty cool. Jackets that are all kitted out are pretty cool, Pie. They're pretty cool. They're kind of metal. It'd be, yeah, if they have, like, big pins that are made with, like, bottle caps, that's kind of a vibe. That's kind of a vibe, and I like it. And it goes good with weird hairstyles. Weird jackets like that are, oh my gosh, look at all the treasure. Look at all the treasure! Where do we go? Indecision. Is that how to say that? Indecision. Hey, you got a gifted sub. Sweet. Enjoy your emotes, my friend. Enjoy your spicy emotes and your no ads. And if you want to watch movies with us every week, we're gonna be watching How to Train Your Dragon on Sunday. Dang it! I just walked back into the same room. Nothing's in here. You saw them twice too. You love their music. The illustration I want is a little provocative. Yeah, I was gonna say Beartooth was my first real band that I saw. I think that I saw some like Christian rappers at some church one time, but I wouldn't count that as a real. I wouldn't count that as a real concert. My first real concert was Beartooth, Fit for a King, August Burns Red, I think, was there. I'm not sure, but that was my first band. My first time that I ever went to a metal concert was Beartooth, and I had a big injury on my face. I had a huge injury on my face, so I couldn't get in the mosh pit because I was too scared of tearing it open again. So I had to take it easy, but I was tearing it up on my own as much as possible. All right, we're gonna go back up. Let's see if we can find anything. After we watch How to Train Your Dragon, can we watch Pokemon The Power of Us? What? A Pokemon movie? What? What, do you think we're a bunch of nerds in this chat? We don't watch Pokemon movies. That's not cool, dude. Just kidding. I mean, we haven't watched any Pokemon stuff. Would it be weird to just start watching a movie out of the blue? You went to a metal festival for a few years, and that's where you saw them. The second time, 2 weeks before the lockdown, they came to Munich. Ooh, Munich. Is that in Germany? Where's Munich? Oh dear. Oh dear. I don't know where Munich is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know that there's a big metal scene in Germany, and there's also a big metal scene in Sweden. There's a relatively big one in Norway. I'm wondering if I can catch like a some like black metal while I go to Norway. That'd be cool. You broke your arm in your first mosh pit? Oh no, that's no good. The worst that I've gotten in a mosh pit was like, I mean, I've gotten all cut up before. I've gotten all scratched up. But I think the worst is that I almost broke my ankle. I say almost because it was so bad that I almost couldn't stand up for the rest of the concert. So I got close. Just not preferable. I normally just get winded. Normally I just get winded. It is in Germany. Okay. Oh, sweet. Yeah, the German metal scene is awesome. It's awesome. Everybody knows that Germany tears it up out there. Your first mosh pit was when you were 16. You're almost 20 now. How time flies. Ooh. I've been in, you know, a bunch of mosh pits. I've been in a bunch. Every one that I could get into, I was a part of. So I've been to like, you know, more than 20. I don't know. I'd have to count sometime. What's a mosh pit? It's basically a pit where everybody just goes crazy. It's just whenever a band is like a metal band or something really exciting, then they open up a big hole inside of the crowd, and the people inside of like that big ring, they like run at each other pretty much, or they swing their arms, they go crazy. Another thing that happens at metal concerts is Wall of Death, where the two groups will be formed out of the crowd, and then the two groups will like stand off to the edge of one another, and then whenever the music drops, then they run at each other. That's probably far more dangerous than a mosh pit. Is a Wall of Death, because it's just two groups of people running at each other with full speed, and then they just run straight into each other. That is pretty wild. There's also the safest thing that you can do at a metal concert, which is a circle pit, which is whenever everybody just runs in a big circle. They just run around and around and around and around all together. And the worst thing that can happen is that you get trampled. But I mean, if you're too small, you probably shouldn't get in the circle pit. I don't think there's anything up here, you guys. Maybe we can activate that crystal again. Let's activate it again, because it unlocked. They Red Rover to each other. Red Rover, let all the other people come over. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much that. It is a lot like Red Rover. Red Rover, Angsty Teens Edition. All right, so now, can you see me bouncing my leg whenever I aim? That's me bouncing my leg. Nani? Most of the metal peeps that I've run into, Kathy, yeah, they'll pick you up. They'll pick you up if you fall down. If you fall down, then they'll stop everything and they'll pick you back up. If somebody loses a phone, then everybody turns on their phone lights and starts hunting around. That's how it normally works. Metal peeps are pretty sweet, which is a good contrast for how dangerous it is. It may be a dangerous concert, so I guess everybody's trying to be really careful. Nom Nom Fluff, welcome to the welcome to the Discord. I saw that you joined recently. Welcome. You noticed another quirk yesterday trying to get the zoomy thumbnail for the VOD. Ooh, another quirk? What is it? What is it? How can I, do I need to fix something? Death walls were fun and mosh pits were hectic. Yeah. That is true. That is true. Where do we go? So I've got it activated. Hey, Pastel Puffs, what's up? How are you doing? Oi. You move your chair back and forth like a little wave, like, hi, everybody. Oh, yeah, I do that all the time. I kind of can't help it. Thank you. I really love the Discord from what I've looked at. Oh, yeah, the Discord's pretty quiet. It's pretty quiet. But if you have something to share, then you got a spot for it. Or if I'm a dum-dum and I don't stream one day, then I'll warn you over there. Do you want a hint? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Hit me up with a hint. Especially if you just tell me like which mode. It made you giggle. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's a bad thing to point out my quirks because I kind of can't stop doing them. So, and besides, I don't really want to stop doing them anyway. I don't want to do them on purpose. But if I do it, I just don't care. What's the Discord server called? You're gonna need a link to get there. You can't really just look it up. You gotta get a link. Were you going? Have you gone back to the fan? Ah, all right, yeah. Let's go back to that fan. That's a good point. I never figured out what that did. I never figured out what that element was. So maybe I should, maybe I should do that while the crystal's activated. Where was that fan? I think it's up here. Thank you, Bell Blue. I appreciate it. How do I get a link? For one, it's down below on the banners. There's a Discord banner, and I think unfortunately the bot's down right now, but it's on the banner. Yeah, it's got to be this fan, hey? Oh, thank you, Bell Blue. I'm big dummy. I don't think that I had the bow whenever I first looked through there, and I didn't realize what that shape was. I didn't realize what it was. Oh, this is probably, yeah, this looks like an engine area. Excuse me, lads.
Excuse me about that. Sorry for killing you like that.
Boyan. One of your friends had a panic attack in the middle of a crowded concert, and they offered so much help to a complete stranger. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Yeah, metal people are generally pretty nice. There's always an edgelord or two that are like, me mad, yeah. But you can kind of tell those guys from and they are normally guys. You can normally tell those guys from a long way away. You just take one look at them and you're like, they're not gonna help me if I fall down. But almost everybody else is great. But there's always the guy that has like on the big long like black robe with the big boots and like a spiked necklace, and he's got tats on his neck, and he's really wiry, and he looks like he's mad. Yeah, that guy might not help you up. He won't hurt you probably, but he won't help you up. Okay, let's see. Eating some sad fast food? What? Sad? What's so sad about fast food? I'm confused. Sometimes fast food is delicious. A little bit of fast food's okay. A little bit of fast food's all right. Eating fast food all the time, not so good for you. But if it's an occasional thing, hey, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, so maybe I've just activated this, and now I need to get that crystal going again. Then I think this will raise the pump, and then I can probably go back down. Let's go turn back. Man, they make you walk all the way back outside to turn on the crystal? Is this the solution? If this is the solution, you're so stinky, Nintendo. You smell bad. Stinky, stinky Nintendo. P.U. P.U. You smell bad, Nintendo. Do you make me walk out all the way over here so that I can turn on a crystal? Come on. Why you gotta put it out here? Dum 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 dum. You got your chicken biscuit on the way to work meeting this morning? Ooh, especially having fast food in the morning can be a real pick-me-up mentally. Mentally, if I have fast food in the morning, I'm like, today's gonna be a good day. Or if I'm feeling like today's a bad day, then I can get some fast food. Then I'm like, everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be all right. That guy. I'm also a little wary of the specific type of biker dude. The one with the leather vests. Yeah, Kathy, you gotta look out for the bald guys. For the bald guys that are clearly an old head. If you see an old head bald guy, and he clearly is not, and he clearly is kind of into metalcore and he hasn't grown up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Look out for the old heads. Some of them do be rough out there. Oh, you nice sucker. I still don't quite understand which sides I can hit them from. See, like what? He can rotate like one time counterclockwise. I don't get it. Whatever. Hey, Lemon Bay. Lemon Bay, how are you doing? Hello. Wow, wow. Lemon Bay, I hope you're having a splendid day indeed. A splendid day. Ooh, looking dangerous. It's looking dangerous down there. Wow, wow. Hey! Oopsie, what's up? I don't even have the toad hat on today. Wow, wow. Woo, woo. Oops! I watched a clip. I was watching clips on your channel right before I started. Right before I started. Hi, you're past me, so I'm legally not allowed. Okay, let me just pause right here. Oops! No illegal watching. I was watching your stream, and I saw whenever you ran into the clown guy the first time, dude. That was one of the funniest clips I've ever seen. You couldn't stop laughing. Goodness gracious. Your laughter, it could cure diseases. It could cure diseases. But oops, yes, if you want to avoid spoilers, you should get out of here. You should get out of here. But look,
also, hi friends.
The room's looking fancier. It's looking fancy. You had an amazing day. You got to an interview with a best-selling author today. What? Interviews? Fancy interviews with lav mics and everything. You miss concerts and festivals so much. Kathy, I've got a festival, not a festival, but there's a concert that I'm hopefully not gonna be too scared to go to. I'm a little bit nervous. About going, but it's in a few days, actually. It's on the 1st of August, and I'm fully vaccinated, so what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna hide inside of my house, and then I'm gonna go to the concert, and then I'm going to hide inside of my house after the concert. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just make that my one thing. And I wear face masks everywhere, even though I'm vaccinated. So I am vaccinated. I'm gonna go to this concert. I'm gonna risk my life, and then I'm gonna hide and keep the mask on for the rest of the time. So if anybody's gonna catch it at the concert, they're already gonna catch it. And then if I've got it, then I'm gonna stay away. So brave? No. I'm worried about causing problems for other people. I'm worried about it. Seems scummy. It seems scummy to go to a concert in these trying times. But they opened it up, and I'm just gonna hide. I don't feel brave. I just don't wanna. I don't wanna cause any problems or infect anybody. So it should be good. Concert! I mean, hide, concert, hide! Must hide! It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I've been waiting so long. So long. I can't do it. I refunded my Disney ticket. Oh no! Yeah, I totally understand that. I don't like going anywhere without a face mask anymore, so I'm not going to, I'm not gonna do anything else. I'm gonna go to this concert, and then I'm hiding inside. I'm hiding! Anyway, oops, I'm sorry. I've gotta continue this game. Thank you for jumping in. You mustn't look. You mustn't look! Close your eyes. Close your beautiful eyes. Don't see. That's okay. I beat this game already. Oh, what? I thought that you were for serious. I thought that you oops. You tricked me. You lied to me. I've been lied to. I can't believe it. I'm so trusting. I'm so trusting. But it's an oops prank. Oh my God.
Ops prank.
He got me. He got me. I fell for it hook, line, and sinker, as they say. You saw the lines from the Disney Insider website? Ooh, oh no. You saw them packed in sardines, like lemmings. Although technically, I think that I read somewhere that lemmings aren't actually as dumb as they make them look. Apparently, lemmings aren't that dumb. Like, lemmings don't jump off of the edge. Apparently they suckered the lemmings into doing that. Apparently, that's not a lemming activity. Oh, Moy, what's up? Long time no see. I've been busy with work, so I haven't been able to stay up and watch streams. Oh no, Moy, it's nice to see you. I understand. I'm glad that you're taking care of yourself. You gotta take care of yourself. Make sure that you're nice and rested for your job. You gotta make sure that you're nice and rested for your job. But I sure am happy to see you again, Moy. I was wondering where you'd scurried on off to. I was wondering. But here you are, right here, right as rain. I hope you've been enjoying yourself. Shaking my head, poor lemmings. I'm pretty sure that it was for like a documentary, so they probably had a big pillow. They probably had a big pillow that caught all the lemmings whenever they fell down. Also, that was a great game on the SNES growing up. Oh, Lemmings? I've heard of that. I think that Angry Video Game Nerd did a video about that, so I've seen it. I've seen it. Lonk. The Legend of Lonk. Yum, 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 yum. All right. We should be able to escape now. I didn't know that it was up here. This is a very, very confusing map. Very confusing. So Opst has played this game before, but I've never played this game before. I have no idea what's going on. I literally don't know how to do this. You heard those lemmings died? Those lemmings? Oh my God. How are we talking about the same lemmings? Pastel Puff! Why do we have such good lemming knowledge? I can't believe it. I can't believe that this has turned into a lemming fandom stream. Boyan. Uh-oh. What? What? I thought that... I thought that we'd activated this one. Oh my gosh. This dungeon. This dungeon's stinky, stinky. I'm getting tired of this, Nintendo. I'm getting tired of this. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. I'm gonna be so glad whenever we're done. At least there's a ladder. There is? Where? Where's the ladder? What? At least there's a ladder in here. What, to get back up? Is that what you're saying? Are you just saying to get out of that hole so that I don't stay down there? Is that what you were saying? Oh, I just went up it. Yeah. Well, at least I'm not. Yeah, at least I didn't soft lock the game. It's true. Yeah, at least Nintendo doesn't let you soft lock. That was actually really nice of Nintendo to include non-soft lock mechanics. The potato continues. Opst, this potato is. Do you see the beautiful potato head on the side there? Beautiful potato head. He is he's growing stronger every day, and he moves up with every one of those. Nani? Every one of them makes him move up. He was Steve Harvey on the top, but he continues. He's still alive. I think that it takes 200 nanis to get him to the end. It takes 200 nanis. I calculated it. All right, I think that this door is gonna. No, this door locks, doesn't it? It does lock whenever you switch. How do you open up this? That's the real question. Corey, what's up? I didn't know that you were here. You guys, Corey's in the house.
You won't get my nannies that easy.
Your nannies?
You won't get my nanny streamer. Nice try. My nanny's on my own.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the door locks whenever we switch it. Oh, don't worry, Opst. I can hear some nannies from you whenever we visit Japan, whenever things get better. Whenever things get better, we can go on a Japan trip, and then I can have all of the Opsty nannies that I could ever want. Yatta! Yatta! You having a quiet day today? All right. Corey, I'm glad that you're enjoying your Friday then. Friday does seem like a chill day, honestly. Friday's like, we're done. Saturday's like, party time! But Friday's like, we're done. Sit back. Sit back and bask. Sit down and bask in the Pokemon Unite. Sit back in our united culture. Whee! All right, hope I can get in there. Hope I can get... Wait a second. Do I have to walk in there, pull that lever, and then go back? What? No, Nintendo. Nintendo, I don't have to go in there and pull that lever and then come right back out and turn it back on again, do I? No. You wouldn't make me do that, Nintendo. No, you wouldn't do that. Am I doing this the stupid way? This really feels like it's the only way to do it. Maybe I'm being a dummy. Maybe I'm being an abject dum-dum. Because, oh no, look, it's locked. It is locked. Dang it. That really peeves me off. I'm peeved, Nintendo. Nope, there's another way. Yep, you're right, eggplants. I mean, obviously you know, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, I can even see that now. Pain and sadness. Pain and sadness. There's got to be a way to activate it, though. There's got to be a way. Yeah, if you do, Beowulf, then you'll get silenced. If you do want to tell, then you'll get timed out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Please, no spoilers! Me suffering is the best part. I feel like we should just keep it activated. Oh no!
You've been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior.
You've been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior. Now I want a mouse mask. There we go. Me playing Club Penguin. Uh-oh, you just named your character 420. You're banned from Club Penguin for inappropriate dancing. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to dab in Club Penguin. You know that. Back down we go. This is tiring. I almost fell asleep right there. That's actually really nice. Lulling me to bed. Nintendo's singing me a little lullaby. Sounds like we're all gonna have an early bedtime.
Early bedtime.
On the way. Oh my gosh. Perish. There you go. You're dead now. But you're not allowed in here normally, right? Come on, is there something to whip? Dude, there's treasure in there, dude. That's right, Fee is calling me. I think I will take a Fee hint. Master, look up. Oh my god.
Nani?
What a dumb mechanic. They didn't introduce this to me at all. That's the introduction. Do I just need to listen to Fee all the time? Because she do be telling hints that you can never figure out any other way. She really do be dropping the spicy, delicious tea that you could never figure out. I'm ignoring Fee. That's because you should be able to beat the game without the hints. You should be able to beat a game without hints. That's bad game design. Oh, I don't want to listen to her all the time. Forced hints. That's for chumps. Hints are for chumps, Nintendo. Everybody knows that. You're supposed to feel like a chump whenever you take a hint. Whenever you take a hint, you're supposed to feel like a dum-dum. Not supposed to be champion. Hints aren't the stuff of champions. They're the stuff of chumps. Have you ever played Ocarina on the 3DS? If you take any hints, you obviously... But talking to magic floating ladies is good game design. That's true. She is very robotic. I will admit. Have you played Ocarina of Time? Navi was the beginning of the end. I did play Ocarina of Time, but I guess I just looked that stuff up on the wiki, to be fair. I never listened to Navi. I feel like Navi was less helpful, right? And the fact that Navi is less helpful, to me, makes it make more sense, you know? To me, it makes more sense. Hey, listen, do you know that you can open doors by pressing a button? Navi was super helpful. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Navi wasn't helpful. Fee is helpful and required. Like, Fee is required, but Navi is not required. I'm pretty sure that Navi is just, is Platinum Dum-Dum. Isn't she? She doesn't help that much. But Fee's required. I think that's way worse, right? I'd take a non-required one. So we gotta get in there. Is there, I see that there's an opening in the ceiling over there. So I'm guessing that we get in. Wait, no, but we can't get in here without the, Think, as Pooh Bear would say. Ocarina of Time was one of the first 3D games. Yeah. And it's a great game, too. I really like that. Most of my complaints are to do with this game being made so recently. Most of my complaints are about how silly it is for them to have problems with the game design that have been figured out by them before. Clearly, Nintendo's already figured them out on different games, but they're still making the same mistakes. That's the only time that I get frustrated with this game. Unless I'm being a dummy. I have gotten mad because I didn't think of something before. So we cannot get through this door any other way. That's the problem. This door There's no way to get in this room. Wait, what does this do? What does this box do? I forgot. What does this do? Oh, it just closes that doors. That's silly. That don't do nothing. Someone just texted me. Stop texting me. So, for us to get into this room, there's only one way. I'm pretty sure that that's going to unlock the door. I see there's a porthole there. So, if we leave this room and we change it, then we're busted. We're busted if we change this room. So that means it has to be in here, right? Let's see, can we like drop this ship? What is this? What the heck? There you go. Well, there you go. That's how you do it. And you just go smack this crystal. And you gotta go on back down. Go on back down. Wait a second. Does this still work even whenever it's in Stinky Town? Whoops. There we go. And down we go. Down we go back to Stinky Town. Stinky Town. I'm glad that my suffering gives y'all such entertainment. I mean, that's why I play games like this. Exquisite and delicious suffering. I bet you can activate it through this window, hey? Oh. Die, bats. Death bats. Up here? Aha! Nice. Thank you, Nintendo, for not making me walk around so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. That's very sweet of you. You did it! It's true. I did do it. With most of these games, I'm like, I beat the child's game. But I will admit, this game does seem like, I guess it's not a child's game. I don't know. I feel like children could still beat it. I'm winning the child's game again. We can just escape through here and go around, right? Yeah. What a strange thing. But I need to keep it activated, so let's go on down there and see if we can get past these big old smushers. These big old potato squashers. Boing, boing, boing. Down we go. Okay. What's next? What's gonna hurt me next? I know Nintendo's got something planned for me. Nintendo never lets you breathe. How much time do I have? Plenty. This is the only Legend of Zelda game that you've rage quit? Ooh, I have, I don't think that I rage quit this game, but I did quit it. I did quit it, it's true. I quit this game and, oops. I quit this game and what was the other thing that I did? I didn't finish Twilight Princess either. Kind of for similar reasons. I just wasn't quite jiving with it. I might have to try it again. Oh, there's a whip thing. Whoops. Whoopsies. Hey, Kenny, can I put Link in Heroes or Link on Discord? What? What? Oh, I just picked the bellows. It's the Linkin Park covers that Link did. Link in Pain. All right, you can just run. You can just run to the end. I should have just gone for it. All right, now we gotta whip it. We gotta whip it, and I guess we're getting on top of these things. Nice, first try. Leela, what's up? Hiya, Leela. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Leela, nice to see you. Ooh, is this an escape or is this the treasure room? Oh, it's a dead end. I bet you there's some treasure back here. Kenny, thank you, Nintendo, for not making me walk around so much. Me. So basically, you just thanked Nintendo for making... You just said, thank you, Nintendo, for making my life easier. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Nintendo, for one less helping of suffering. I appreciate it. I don't really love like running around in circles. It's not my favorite part of games. You really saved us, Weep. My circuits are glowing with happiness. Really? You came on board to find Naru's flame? Go to captain's cabin. Control room key. Take this key. All right, he just gave us a key. Nice. And let's go right back down there. Oh, they're loose. We let the robots out. Uh-oh. You set the boys free. Whoopee. Can I put a link here on Discord? Nope, no links. Sorry. No linkies. Yeah, shameless plugs is for people to show off their Instagram accounts and stuff like that. We don't currently have a music channel just because I want to make moderation easier. So I don't generally encourage it because we try to keep things clean around here, you know, family friendly and everything. And I'd rather not me and my mods have to figure out whether it's appropriate to post certain videos onto the channel. It's I'm sure that you can imagine it's a lot of work. Oh, this just makes it so that it's faster to get around. Ooh, so what's the fastest way up here? Maybe this is faster? Anti-dark card. Hey, what's up? Kelsey. What's up, Kelsey? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for the raid. How are you feeling? I hope you're feeling better after that dang old egg incident. Whoa. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing? How was the games? I saw that you were playing some sweet. Oops, I just fell. Some sweet and delicious. What was it? It was, Don't Starve. You were playing Don't Starve with somebody that I've never heard of. And also Ariza. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. Thanks so much for the raid. Hope that it was great. We're back at it again. We're back at it again. Oh, it was happy. Oh, it was happy. I know you were there, Arisa. I know you were there. I can't believe it. Kelsey stole you from me for a little while. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. I can't believe it. You stole Arisa from me. You're right. Is there something new? What is it something over here? No, what is that thing? Yeah, what is that thing? Hey, waffles are pog. Thanks for the follow. I agree. Waffles are my favorite. Waffles are absolutely my favorite. They are far superior to pancakes. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Stolen, consumed. You consumed Arisa? Goodness. Goodness, things just intensified. This is just outside. Where am I? What's happening? What's happening? The Steve Harvey potato grows stronger with every nani. So please be part of the party, you guys, and make sure that you make him nice and tall, tall and strong. He's gonna be a strong lad one day. You're actually getting pretty close to the end, I think. I think that you're getting close to the end of the potato. I'm not gonna lie. I think that you're approaching. I think you're approaching the end. Yes, I have a key now. We need to go back outside, I think. You're approaching the end, you guys. I can't believe it. I can't believe that you've done it so quickly. Y'all are so efficient. I kept extending the potato. I kept making it longer and longer as I was editing it. And I'm glad that I did because you guys are quick. You guys are way faster than I expected. Hello, I am a sentient waffle. Yes, yes, my kind are superior. Mmm, yum, yum. Yum, yum. I like Belgian waffles. That's what I normally do. Why is your voice so nice to hear while playing games? Aw, you're so sweet. By the way, it's pronounced Indie-shun. Indie-shun. Ooh, as in the Japanese name Shun. I see. Indie-shun. I was looking at it and I thought that it was a pun at first. Indie-shun. Shun, maybe? Shun. I think I was saying it kind of right. Right? See, you can make it more expensive for sure. That's true. That's true. If I do things like this again, I'm gonna make it more expensive. It was too low, bro. It was too low, bro. How low can you go? Okay, we just gotta activate this thing so that we can go through. Wait, let's double check. Let's double check. Don't be too hasty now. Don't be too hasty. I've run around. They've been sending me through the ringer today, you guys. They've been running me around. They've been giving me the run around. The run around. I'm gonna go out of here. Activate. Activate. Oh, I already had that idea, you guys. I already had the idea. I was like, these nannies are too spammy. I would rather the nannies be more expensive and for the potato to be shorter. You can't shoot me, you dummy. That's illegal.
Hey, that's illegal. Ow!
Also, the sub thing was updated. I updated the sub thing to be a happy little squirrel. A squirrel. But I kept Bletbo because I think that we're gonna keep him. Something horrible is happening outside and I can't hear it. I mean, I can hear it, but I don't know what it is. Sounds like somebody's just like ringing a bell. Whoever that is, stop it. Yeah, if you're watching right now, stop it! Ariza! That was not me. How dare. How dare. Oi! Arisa, thank you for that gifted sub. Oh, yeah! Oh, we get some hype in the chat. Look at that squirrel go! What a cutie! Full disclosure, Arisa has already seen it. I sent it to Arisa. She had already seen what it did. Shaking my head. I can't believe it. Thank you for that gifted sub. For who? For Mangled Marionette. Aw, that's a friendo. That's a friendo. You're so very sweet. Thank you so much. The button's gotta stay pushed. Puzzles. Oh, Opes is playing Pokemon Unite. All right. All right, sounds good, sounds good. Art contest is already over, Lupus. Already over. I'm sorry for not getting it done yet. I have been a little bit of a lazy boy. I'm sorry. I haven't been up to judge it yet. But I will judge it soon, okay? I'll judge it soon. Dang it. You gotta shoot from there. But there's an enemy in the way. Oh, that's why it's so bright in here. That's why it's so bright inside of here. Dang it. I really gotta pay attention, right? I really gotta pay attention to the brightness, man. Yeah. Get out of here, you baka, you sussy baka. Waffles have no limbs. It's sad. Waffles can't give hugs. I feel like if you put a waffle on your face, it's kind of like a hug, right? It's like a big warm hug if you just let a waffle rest on your face. That's like a waffle hug. All right, now we can reactivate it. I wonder how many. They must give me a lot of arrows, right? That's harder to time. You know, like how you do it one try. Yeah, that's really tough. You're gonna get some food, but you'll be back in a little bit. All right, we'll see you soon, Arisa. Hope you had fun playing games with Kelsey. Yeah, there's no bot. The bot's been dead for a while. Bot's been a sorry sucker. I think I'm gonna have to activate Nightbot. You can make waffles with pancake arms. Oh, you could. You could pour way too much pancake batter, and you can just let them drip off the edges. That's like hands, right? Ready to throw some hands for my waffles? Shouts out to all the waffles in the chat, by the way. Just want to say that. Chest full of treasure. Okay, so it's about to get dangerous in here. It's about to get risky for this biscuit. Nani indeed. I'm watching that potato because we're getting close.
Nani?
Are we gonna be far enough away? They really just throwing 3 of them at me at the same time. I don't get it. What's the strat for all of these? How are you supposed to defeat all these at the same time? Suck it, now you're dead. Perish. That's what you get for being a dum-dum. You need to get some coffee, you're so tired? Grab it. Get yourself some coffee, Lupus. Wake yourself up. Wake up! Wake up! Link! Link, wake up! Squid. Ooh, squiddy time. Probably shield is the answer. We don't have a shield. We don't have a shield. That's hardly a solution. You took a nap and you feel even more tired? Oops. Sounds like you napped for the wrong amount of time. The only amount of time that I can nap that actually works is 30 minutes. If I nap for less than 45 minutes, then it works. And it'll be A-okay. And it'll be A-okay. But if it's too long, then I'm in big trouble. I'm in big trouble for sure. But we should be able to leave this ship, this God-forsaken ship. God has forsaken the ship as well as us. And I'll just be happy to be out of here. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. As much as I love Suds, the most used commands could be night-botted. That's true, Dai. I love your bot so much because you put so much effort into it. And it's such a cool project. But I do think that Suds bot might have a nice, comfortable retirement sometime soon. We'll see. We'll see. I think that we might give him a comfortable retirement. Let him, you know, maybe move to Venice or something like that. Maybe we'll let him relax on the beach somewhere comfy where he can put up his little bot toes and get sand between his little bot toes. Where he can file down his toenails and live a life of comfort and peace. Yeah, we're gonna save right now. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Everybody likes Venice. Yeah. I mean, I've never been over there. I've never been outside of the U.S. in my entire life. I've never been loose from the country ever. Ah, the pancake war feels like it was yesterday. So much syrup was spilled, but these waffles, we stayed strong and won. I love the waffle lore. The waffle lore. So much syrup was spilled on these shores. Until the waffles reigned superior, of course. How could they not? Oh, do I see something at the bottom of that? Do I see something at the bottom of that potato man? I can't tell yet. Can't quite tell. Okay, we got the squid key, you guys. What do we... Which one? Let's see. What is it? I can't quite see the center. I actually literally... Oh, it's just the eyeball side. Ah! The only command that you'll have to do yourself is a shout-out command. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Boss room? I'm trying to think if the key always leads straight to the boss. I don't think it always does. But in this case, it does. Okay, boss is here. Tentacles. Japan! What is this, Splatoon 5? All right. Now we killed Squid. Where is he? Well, there's no holes in the roof, so I guess we're not gonna activate any, We can go to a different room? Oh, he's just attacking the whole ship, it looks like. Oh, that made me sick for just a second. Whoa. Take it easy, Kraken boy. Take it easy, my boy. Locked away. A report, Master. Judging by their size, these tentacles belong to a monster of considerable size. The current situation is difficult to determine. It's under attack. Yeah. Force it back with sacred power, then Okay, so we gotta do some magic strikes here. Chop it up. This is kind of fun. We're cooking up some sushi. Anybody hungry? Is anybody hungry for sushi? Nani indeed. Sushi time. Ooh. Getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous out here. We have one enemy left, French toast. Oh my gosh, waffles versus French toast. Now that's a real battle. Pancakes don't even close to win. Pancakes are garbage compared. They're so dry. They're so dry and boring and untextured. But French toast, ooh, now that's a battle. I don't know which one I'd pick, honestly. I love both of them so much. They both seem so different. Is it even fair to compare? Is it even fair? Is that another face? Oh. Could it be? Could it be? I don't know. Alright, let's get out of here. Warning, Master. That inside there's a squid head. I sense an evil presence on the other side of the door. There's a 90% chance it is the primary body mass. Alright, yeah, I get it, alright. She's saying get ready, but there's no safe spot. I'm so ready. Lurk, I have to make my rounds. Alright, Kathy, we'll see you in a second. See you in a second. Oh my gosh, everything's breaking. I'm pretty sure that this ship is toast anyway. We're only doing this just to stay alive. We're not doing this to save the passengers. We're doing this fully out of selfishness. Because look, this is a broken ship. Mike Wazowski? It looks like Mike Wazowski and Celia hooked up in the end. Huh. Mike Wazowski and Celia. I mean, we knew they'd probably get married, and this is their kid. Because it's got the kind of like wormy hair like Celia does, and then it's got one eye just like Mikey. Like Mike. I want to be like Mike when I grow up. I'm gonna go for this one. We just have to cut all of its legs off. Mmm, yum yum. Calamari, sushi. Nani indeed. Here we go. Thank you for the information. Okay, oh, I think I gotta aim a little bit higher. What's going on here? Ooh, big beautiful. Actually rather handsome. Oh, it's a wave buster. Oh no, wave buster too late. Wave buster too late. Ooh. I don't know if you need to charge it up every time. There we go. There we go. Now we get it. Oh. Oh, can I just hit him? Oh, chopping off their hair. Oh no, haircut. Oh, come back here. Armando, I don't have a shield, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I've got no shield. It's too bad. I lost my shield in that skeleton fight. I didn't know that it could break. I can't see. I'm blind. Oh. Yeah, unfortunately I was a dum-dum and I destroyed my shield. Whoops. But thank you for the tip. Thanks for the tip. I'll get him anyway. Don't worry. This old squid doesn't stand a chance. This is actually not remotely hard. I'm guessing that there's another phase that happens. Because this is... I am snoozing. Open up that big one. Open up those big old... Ooh, that was too much. Ah, dang. Ooh, hard to hit this. Is this really what you're supposed to do? Maybe I need to chop off his big arms first. Let's try that. Oh, you can chop off the big arms. This is... Man, the decapitation in this game is kind of intense, hey? I want to get its eyeball. Stay still. Stay still. Let Papa Link take care of that hair. Oh, can we not? Oh, we can cut his eyeball. Yikes. Ivy Stripe, what's the bar on the right side? Oh, it's hard to say. Hard to say. That's our Lord and Master, the Steve Harvey Potato. I really want to do like a big slash attack. Oh, first time that it got me, dang. Come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. Still didn't get any hearts from me. Is this supposed to be a... Why is this a boss fight, dude? Why is this a boss fight? It ain't hit me once. It grabbed me. It's grabbed me, but is that it? Oh, different side. I'll shoot you in your eyeball, your big old eyeball. No, cut his arms off. Come here. Now you can. And now your arm has been removed. They've been giving me more arrows. There must be another Alright, here we go. Come on now. Come on now. Open up that big old beautiful eyeball. Oh, they're going back down. They're going back down. Ooh, okay. Let's cut off some more legs. Cut off some more delicious legs. Again, is anybody hungry? I hope that we have some takers because there's going to be a lot of calamari left over. For your girl Waffle to have just got a wife, and I can't know what do you say to the French toast army? Not again. Oh my gosh. This whole war is more violent than I expected.
It's just more violent than I expected.
The owls have a family meeting. Much talking. Oh snap! It's Little Viking. How are you doing, Little Viking? I say. Norwegians forever. What? Arisa's playing video games too. Check him out. I thought she was watching. You'll take some of the calamari? All right, good. There's plenty. I'm gonna chop off the arm again because it looks like they get an arm each time, and they attack immediately. Oh, is it getting harder now? I don't know. Are you getting nervous, Arisa? Am I getting close to where you are in the game? Next stage, I bet. Yeah, there's got to be more. This hasn't been hard yet. Ooh, smaller play area. All right. Oh, the box of truth. I guess we got to move up there. Oh.
I didn't see the barrels until it was too late.
Let's go, phase 2. Yeah, this is a fun boss fight. I like it so far. All right. It does look like a beholder as well. I just realized that. You know, from like D&D or whatever. The beholder is just like a big old floating eyeball. You know what I'm talking about? Got any nerds in the chat? It's like Monsters Inc. Yeah, it's like I said, it looks like Celia and Mike had a kid, because it's got one eye like Mike, and it's got oh, it's even got snake hair. It is Medusa. Maybe I should just run around. So bounce around. Yeah, I'm a little. Well, maybe we just shoot it. Can definitely run around. They're more like eels. They are kind of like eels. Do I just have to shoot it while I'm on the run? Oh, maybe I gotta. Oh, maybe I have to cut some of them. Beholders have 9 eyes. That's true? Huh? Oh, with their little finger eyes. I mean, one primary eye. You nerd, you. Just one primary eyeball. Their whole body is one big eyeball, and yeah, they got some little tiny eyeballs, but who cares about those? Nobody hears about those eyes. He needs a little trim. That's what I'm saying. We gotta help this girl out. Everybody has an unruly hairstyle every now and again. Looks like the Doom Batty. Yeah, I don't remember what those guys are called. Link dies. Dang. That's too bad. I almost got her too. Am I supposed to just cut all these stupid hairs? No. They seem endless. The bow is the wave buster. Maybe it's not a wave buster moment. Dang. I can't rush them because I can't hit them. This is annoying. Bomb's not gonna. Oops! Just jumped off the edge. No, bomb can't be the solution because they're off the ship. Gosh, you can just shoot faster. There you go. Dude, that seemed like it would be cheap. It seemed like it'd be a cheap shot to just shoot fast. Is that the actual solution? Link really wanted to swim. Yeah, he was trying to. It's a little free wash. Can I just spam the eyeball? Open up. Oh, they knew. They knew. I mean, this has got to be the solution, right? This is too. You just dodge them and then shoot really quick? Okay, I'll do that. Oh wait, they're gonna do the bitey thing. Oh my gosh, there's so many. There's too many. There's too many Nintendo. That's too many of them. No, there's too many. Nintendo. That's too many of them. There we go. Feel like I kind of cheesed it there. Arisa, don't look at me with those big old eyes. I know that you know how to beat this. All right, it's dead. It's dead. It was painful, but we killed it. Get out of here. Give me that heart. No, that was for the cheese. That wasn't cheese. That's broken game. That's a broken game. They shouldn't have broken their own game. They should have fixed it. They had how many years to fix that? Lots of them. It sounded like the eel hair is going meep, 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 meep. Oh, it did kind of, it was kind of cute, to be honest. The hair was actually very cute. And also, Vanny Wonderland, how are you doing? It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you again. You've been away for a while. I hope you've been enjoying yourself while you were away. While you were away, I'm glad to see you again. We can hang out and play some games. Nice. Nice. You have a love-hate relationship with the last trial? Well, Beowulf, maybe it'll be easier in this mode. Apparently, they've made a few quality of life changes, but not many. Not many. Ophi. Oh yeah, now we get the blue sword. So this would be the shark tail sword. So we've got the Shrek sword, the shark tail sword is next, and then the final one is the what would a red sword be? That's probably the Lightning McQueen. The blessing of Lightning McQueen. Wow. Shark tail sword. It's been a while. You've been on vacation. Oh, sweet. That's the best reason to not be on Twitch. Because you're on vacation having a fantastic time. There's no time to sit down and watch streams? No way. You gotta enjoy your vacation. Enjoy your vacation. I hope that you had a great time. Welcome back. All right. We can look for more objects. Nice. What? More dousing slots? The first thing gives you double damage, and the second one's more dousing slots? Dude, that's not even a reward. We've never needed to douse more than 3 things. What? We never needed to douse any more than 3 max, and I didn't even need any of those either. The max that we've ever had was
Nani?
Yeah, Nani indeed. It's just like looking for Zelda, looking for a trial, that's it. With your sword enhanced, you can learn a new melody. I recommend that we return to the Isle of Songs. All right, time to fly back there again, I guess.
I guess it's time to take a little trip back up. Thanks for getting me ship back. It may have been half wrecked, but my crew and I shaped up almost.
Oh, wow, you already fixed the ship? Dude, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with you. And now we can get the heck out of here, you guys. Let's get the heck off of this stinky, stinky island. Is that Snoop Dogg or Neil deGrasse Tyson? Oh, it changes the height whenever I change the size. It's neither one. It's just a super realistic.
Nani?
It's just a super realistic Mr. Potato Head. That's all. It's just realism. It's realism, man. It's not a specific person. I didn't know that y'all would Nani your way all the way down here. Otherwise, I would have put another face on there. I would have put another one on there. Dang it. You guys are so much more efficient than I thought. Should have made it more expensive and put more faces on it. All right, this was all a test. I was originally going to make it grow. I was going to make it get bigger and bigger, but that ended up being a bit of a... that ended up being a bit too complicated. Because the problem is that Twitch sizes things from the top left corner, so I would have had to move its position, and I probably would have had to calculate how its position would move as it scaled, so that would have been much more complicated. So I just did that. This is still somewhat complicated just to get that silly potato to move. I have to, I like, it has to pull the Y position of the potato. It pulls the Y position. It pulls the Y position again. It makes, it edits the variable of the second Y position pull, and then it uses both of them to make motion, and then it has to flush the variable for the second one. Otherwise, it will just keep moving up super duper far. Praise the potato! But yeah, I was messing around with Leorn board, and I think I figured out how to do lots of other things as well, so that I can do more animations and stuff. Yes, it was a good experiment. Now I should be able to do lots of other types of animations and move things around and stuff. Also, my the animation of the sub indicator with the squirrel, I learned some new things in that program as well, so that I can make interesting animations later. It's true. I learned new things about rotation today. New rotation. You can change the anchor point of the image, and I had to figure out how to do that. How to do that? Which basically makes it so that the image rotates like from a different center. So like if the image is not long enough, then you'll be like rotating in the middle and it'll look weird. I have to change the point. Freaky goddess. No. That's my face. That's my face whenever the scary singing lady shows up. Master Lenny, I have important information. When you struck the crest with the skyward strike from your sword, a message from the... Yes, you say this every time. Give me the song. Sing a song for me, Fee. He who seeks the sacred flame, listen well, for I'm the one guiding you from the edge of time. This song really doesn't flow. I'm sorry, I'm doing my best. The last of the sacred flames still eludes you. To obtain it, you must claim another sacred gift. Oh, we'll see you later at Floggy. Yeah. Early stream tomorrow so that we can build our Lego set. So that we can build it. We're probably gonna get like half of the Lego set. Half of the last bit. Maybe we can finish it up on Sunday. We'll see. We shall see. She just starts singing, "It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Make use of the powers of these gifts." Yes. Strum, strum, strum. Every single Zelda game makes me think of that song. Sounds almost like Shantae. It sounds like maybe if they took Shantae and like orchestrated it, they did a live performance. Beautiful. Beautiful music. Beautiful. It's kind of sad that they ditched music in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, it's such a fun mechanic. They could have made it so that you can, they could have made it so that you could find like lots of instruments. That would be fun. If you could like do specific missions to unlock instruments. Maybe, where would you use the instruments in though? You probably couldn't use them in the main story. You could if you wanted to. I'm just thinking about all of the ancient like mechanics and the magnetism and everything are really fun. I feel like those are all really well balanced. Maybe the music could be for collecting Koroks, possibly? Yeah, maybe they could have made it so that certain Koroks required it. That'd be kind of annoying though. Could have used music to unlock the Guardian Towers. That's true. That would have been one use for it. That could have been neat. Oi, Breezy, what's up? How are you doing? I saw you over at Landfork stream earlier. I didn't say a word. I was hiding in the background. How are you doing, Breezy? I hope you're doing good. I'll beep, bop, beep, boop, boop. MM was great with all the different instruments. Ooh, Majora's Mask. Ooh, I've never I've never gotten to play that one yet, Eggplants. I played like a tiny bit of the ROM whenever I was younger, but I couldn't figure it out. As a kid, Majora's Mask was way too complicated for me to figure out. But now I totally want to play it. I want to play it so bad. It's the game that I'm most excited about besides getting to play Ocarina again, which would be big fun. Big fun to play Ocarina yet again. But Majora's Mask, too complicated. It gave you nightmares as a kid? Oh, it would have me too. If I was younger whenever I played it, yeah. I was a scaredy cat. I got super scared of like Maleficent from Sleeping Beauty. That gave me so many nightmares, man. You'd love to get it, but income sucks lately. Oof. You'd love to get what? This game? I'm sorry, Breezy. That sucks. I hope that things let up for you pretty soon. It's still complicated. I'm playing MM on the N64. Yeah, I would probably play it. I would probably play it live. Somehow. I don't want to say how because I've already been warned not to. So I'll just say we would figure out some way to do it on stream. I don't know what it would be. You know, we'd figure out something. Well, Breezy, I mean, at least it'll be on sale a little bit later, you know? It'll have pre-owned copies.
You'll be able to buy it for even cheaper.
You were wise to wait. Yes, it was all one big decision.
It was all a big decision for Breezy to wait for a little while longer. Get it for an affordable price. Slow down.
Oh, you're saving up for a move. Ooh. Time to move? I didn't know that you were... I think that you actually already mentioned that. I think you already mentioned that you're moving. I hope that you move to a nice place that you like. Hope you move to a new, beautiful digs that you can really make yourself comfortable in and you can really enjoy. Oh, you're trying to move closer to your family. I see. I see. Closer to the family. That'd be nice. That seems like a pretty common thing for people to want to maybe get a little bit closer to their family now that the pandemic's happened. It seems like it works two different ways. So I've heard a lot of people that because they were away from their families for so long, they want to move closer because of the pandemic. And then I also know that people that were stuck with their family for the pandemic are like, let me get the heck out of here. This has made my decision. I am gone. Seems like it works one of two ways. One of two ways. What's that? You didn't notice Mr. Potato Head's face? That's canonical Mr. Potato Head. We need to go to Fair & Woods. Does have a couple of things that we could use the claw on. Or we can go straight to the Elden Volcano. We have $730. We should go back to the sky area. And we can do our very best to see if we can buy some loot. Hey, Fantasy Animal Vegan is back. What's up? It's nice to see you. Hiya, Keith. What the heck? We've been blessed singing the Fantasy Animal Vegan a bunch recently. What the heck? What have I ever done to deserve this? Yes, Potato Man. Potato Man's right over there. You've been lurking, enjoying my giggles and voices? Aw, you're sweet. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad that you're enjoying my madness. Just a little touch. Just a little touch. I've been in a little bit of a giggly mood today.
Laugh so you do not cry.
Boyan. Get up there, Lonk. Grab up. Link. There you go. Goodness. Goodness gracious. So, Breezy, is it going to be no streamies for a little while you get ready for moving? Or will we still be graced with the Breezy streamies? Will they still be delicious and spicy Breezy streams? How much money do you want? Ow! Ow! That thing right there will allow you to carry one additional item in your adventurer's pouch. For an adventure like yourself, it'll be a most amazing item that you've ever imagined. And it costs just $600. Oh my gosh. Me? What, me? Raise prices? Never. You're obviously hallucinating. It's hallucinating. You insult your customer? Thank you. Oh. What is 1,600? Oh. Oh. Do you know how heavy you are? I have to pedal extra hard with you up here. Then you have the gall of leaving without buying anything? Off with you. What a what a tool. I can't believe it. What a jerk. I've got to go check the prices in town. Ow! You're not gonna buy anything. What? That's no way to run a shop, Beetle. You're a horrible businessman. With these business practices, you'll never succeed. Oh, I don't see any fancy shields. I did, whenever we were talking about different types of shields, I do remember that we were talking about how there's like a special mission that you have to do to get that shield. I'm somewhat wondering if it's worth upgrading my shield or trying to go for that new shield.
You got $300.
Now I've maxed out my mun. I need bigger pockets, man. The last shield will be available close to end game. Ah, I see. What else can I upgrade? You could upgrade all of these things. I wonder what they would do though. Speed, improve your beetle with a burst of speed. Oh, I need that all the time, dude. Looks like you have to break, ooh, tumbleweeds, okay. Big, increase the size of your net to catch more bugs. That sounds kind of nice. Too bad I haven't caught as many tumbleweeds as I should have. Scatter shot, an excellent slingshot able to scatter a single seed over a wide area. That's really cheap. That's only $50, and it's all stuff that we have a lot of. Let's do it.
All right, you want to upgrade this? There's no going back.
No going back. Who would want to return to peasantry? Not I. That's me. You said hate. Yes, he does that, and I hate him. Oh, what? Beth, you hate him even though he's so good in Breath of the Wild? Aw. Beetle learns. He learns from his mistakes in this game. Beetle's a good boy now. Tumbleweeds again. Dang. Increased attack power. So we just need those roly boys. Rollin'. Holds 20 seeds instead of 10, but that would use all of my ornamental skulls. I don't like that. That requires hornet larva. The larva of the hornet is a delicious treat that can improve your gear. My robot drives me crazy. I googled online how to kill my robot. Oh, you can look for stuff now. Well. What do we have here? Evil Wizard 2. How are you doing, Evil Wizard? Are y'all gonna be able to get Steve Harvey to completely leave? Are y'all going to, if y'all make Mr. Potato Head completely leave the screen, I will be shocked. We got more room though. We got more room in our pockets for stuff, and we have $700. I say that we expand our pockets, you guys. Let's expand our pockets. I didn't even calculate how much it would cost to do that because I didn't think that y'all would get close. They call him Terry in the Italian version. Oh, Terry. Terry's kind of cute. Kind of a cute name. Oh, you gotta... Whoa, that is a big spread shot. That's a shotgun. Hop on, bud. Come on, Lonk. Get on. Get Link. There you go, my boy. You're good. You just made boba? What? Can you make boba? Is that true? That's wild. I've never heard of anybody making boba. Do you just have like tapioca balls in a jar like maraschino cherries? Tapioca. Yum yum. I wish that Garrett's girlfriend was here because she'd probably get me some boba. Oh, that's your adventurer's pouch. Buy it. Give me money. Okay, fine. Someone has to make it. You normally get it from a boba shop, Callie. Now listen, I don't know if you've ever had boba, but you normally buy it. And I'm guessing that Evil Wizard isn't at work right now. I'm guessing that Evil Wizard doesn't work at a boba shop and is currently making themselves some boba. You have a stash of uncooked ones and a small jar of cooked ones in syrup. Syrup. Sweet tea. Yum, yum. Oh, Beetle's Airshop is on the move. Item check, girl. What is all of this? They've labeled the stuff. Was it always like this? Wow, I didn't know that it was like this. Okay, let's go check over here. All right, you're gonna go to sleep. It's almost 2 a.m. and it's Pride time tomorrow. What? A Pride time outside of Pride Month? Amazing. Keep up that celebration. Have a good time, Vanny. We'll see you later. Get some rest. Get some rest and enjoy your day. Enjoy your day. And whatever festivities are going on. Food check. When did you last eat, Suds? What? Ivy Stripe, what? Food check? I've never heard of that. My chat doesn't bother me about food anymore. They gave up. They gave up. Ivy Stripe, what? Food check. Ooh, we can go down there now. I ate 1 piece of toast at 9 a.m., I think. Yeah, I think that I ate a piece of toast at 9 a.m. and it's currently 7 p.m. There's your food check. Yum, yum. Yum, yum, food check. Yum, yum, bum, bum, bum. Yum, yum, food. Oh, the hidden treasure. Treasure. Fun fact, San Diego doesn't celebrate Pride until July. Wait, it is July. But wait a second. There's a flaw in your logic. It's July right now. Oh, look at this. Ay-ya-ya-ya-ya. Ay-ya-ya. 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 Pee-pee. Well, we're gonna have to... Oh, wait, we'll go out there. Huh, this chest wasn't on the map, though. I guess it's not a special chest, huh? Not even special. Oh, yeah. You're an expert at nagging people about food? Oh boy, that's a really good it's a really good business to be in. I bet that it was worth that degree. I bet that was worth the whoops. Oh no. Dum. I rolled off the edge. Boing. All right, get out of here. Yeah, Beetle is named Terry. They changed the name of Fee to Faith. Ooh, that's kind of nice. And they changed Eldon to Odin. I kind of like Faith better, maybe. But I actually know somebody named Faith, so that would be kind of weird. Ooh, I think that's a grabby spot. I think that we can grab it. Grabby. Up we go. Boing. Aha. Now I die. Now I jump off the edge. How do we get up there then? Maybe there's a grabby spot that I didn't see. There was probably a grabby spot. Yeah, you can't really fly like in Breath of the Wild. In Breath of the Wild, you can just jump off an edge and you can just glide, baby. But this one is there's a spot down there, but there's nowhere to grab. Oh. There's another Sky Island right here. Oops. Okay, Nintendo, I get it. I'm sorry. There's a treasure chest right there. And I'm guessing you can make this jump. Boing. Oh, and he's skydiving. Hey, Darren, what's up? Thanks for checking in. Hope all is well. Just popping in to say hi real quick. Hey, it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you, Darren. I hope you're having a great day. And I hope that you continue to have a great day, my friend. So nice of you to just check in and say hi. What the heck? That's the homie Darren. The homie Darren just checking in, saying hi. Gee whiz. What a friendo. Checking in, saying hello. You know it means a lot to me that you guys say hi to me. Eyeball bird. Look at him, he's missing a ruby eye. Ruby eye missing. Where would those eyes be hidden, huh? I think that we've already searched this island pretty good, and I think that we're ready to move on. We only have $500, so should we buy another fancy shield and try to upgrade it? I feel like I don't have many upgrade materials, and I might be in trouble if I try to do that. But having a shield sure would be convenient. How much does it cost? What's the cost, my boy? I love how they made shields break in this game, but they didn't make weapons break. I prefer the weapons breaking. Hope we did the same for all of you. Yes, that's sweet. Darren, are you gonna be streaming tonight? You gonna be playing some games? If you are, I will be sure to at least give you a lurk for shoresies. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to sell my soul for a shield? I gotta see what it costs to upgrade. Oh no, I don't have the money to upgrade it. Oh, it costs like $50 to upgrade stuff at least.
Hey!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's $100, but we could do it. It's a dusk relic, a bird feather, ornamental skull. It's just stronger, dude. We just need to get a little bit of money. We gotta scrap out some cash. We gotta scrap some cash. Besides, we need to go down to old Demon Lad anyway. He'll probably give us some money. I bet he will. Maybe he's got some pocket change. Most likely lots of Noita. You've been playing lots of things recently. Oh yes, we can't be playing things. You can't be playing things. You gotta play Noita. Everybody expects it. You gotta perform. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm glad that you've been having fun playing other games. You got a winning run in Breach last night, which was super fun. Oh, so yeah, Into the Breach. You like it? I mean, it seemed like it'd definitely be up your alley. The question is whether I would like it. I don't know. I'll have to try it. It does look fun. If I'm gonna enjoy a turn-based game, I definitely like the simplistic ones. I liked the fire emblems from the Game Boy Advance era. Those are pretty fun. Those are pretty fun. You just like position the troops and everything. Seems very similar. I mean, it's also a very old game, so it's not so complicated. I don't like the overly complicated strategy games. I must try it. I will not be ignored. Well, maybe you will be. Please get a snack, even if it's junk food. I'll eat after this stream. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. You got a piece of heart. I'm gonna need more gratitude crystals to become a human. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, see, if I don't eat, then my hunger will make me end the stream, which is probably a, you know, that's a good reason to end. Where's my heart container piece? Oh, we just finished one. Oh, we just got a brand new heart. All right. A report. You can douse. Oh, you can douse for gratitude. All right. It's too bad that you can douse for gratitude and you can't douse for like everything else. Yeah, maybe we could try to figure out if there's like another mission that's hiding around here. Maybe we could take a look if we wanted to, but I sort of just want to go to the Elden Volcano and start getting started on that trial. The trial. He spoke smoothly. Yeah, let's go check out the trial and figure out what's gonna be next. Nani? I can't believe it. You've almost kicked Potato off of the stream. How dare you? How dare you? I told him that he could stay. To the Elden Volcano. Because we already grabbed all, we already grabbed all the sky loot. And I think we already got all the ground loot too. We're on the move. We're on the move. We're getting stuff done. Shaking and moving. Yeah, so the beginning of these trials is pretty fun. Pretty fun. You gave us the option to kick them off. I mean, it's true. It's true, but it would have been way harder to program it a different way, Ivy. I mean, not Ivy, I'm sorry, Blue Jay. It would have been way harder to program it the other way. To like make it limited, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that, that's too complicated. Also, hey, Tay's here, what's up? Oi, Tay, it's nice to see you. How are you doing? Hello. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing great, Tay. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Are you kicking back, enjoying your Friday? Are you loosed? Blue Jay, how are you doing? I didn't even see you slip in. I didn't even see you slip into the room. How are you doing? Down here. Yes. Yes, it is down here. Surprise. Surprise. Guess who it is? Guess who it is? It's me, Linky. You're visiting a friend in AL. Is that Albany? AL, or is that Alabama? I thought Alabama wasn't AL, is it? I don't know then. Here we go. And also, Dai's here. Oh, wow. I didn't know that you were still here, Dai. Oh, it's Alabama. Oh, okay. I almost thought that it might have been AB. Could have been Albany. Could have been from Alabama. Awesome sauce. Getting to hang out with friendos. Freaking sweet. Freaking sweet. Say hi for me. Not kidding, knowing his state abbreviations. Oh, what? Excuse me. Excuse me for not knowing every stupid state abbreviation. Excuse me. Just kidding. I need no excuse. You're playing some games, so you're lurking. All right, sweet. Divey, are you playing Pokemon Unite? It's true. Yata, now I can't stop. Now I can't stop it. Everything has become Perish. Thank you. Oh no, dang, I pressed the wrong one. One of them is ask fee questions and one of them is douse. Looks like it's that way, generally. You had a big cheese tuna melt? That's why I'm asking about food? Oh my god. Just because you ate food, then you're trying to force everybody else to? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You only want me to eat just because you happen to. Ooh, the trial area being here is going to be tricky. Final Fantasy VII 9, but it's modded so that it's difficult. Too difficult. Requires great focus. I can't play any games good enough to mod them for difficulty. Is this not good enough for you? Oh my gosh, she's like, I'm gonna let you play for a minute before I trust you with this one. I can't figure out which key to sing in whenever I go BRB. Hey, beat those kids up, Alchemic. Beat those kids up. We see you later. Man, that's some aggressive harp. No need to harp on about it, Link. Shot to the harp, and you're too late. Let's go! Let's go to the Shadow Realm. To the Shadow Realm, where the enemies doth sleep. Look, they're sleepy. They sleepy slep. Oh, dude, you have to roll down. You have to roll down the hills and pick up things while there's liquid. Ooh. Master Lenny. You stand within Din's silent realm. Oh, yes, I remember this. Hello, how are you? I will not be here the next week because I'm going to Georgia for vacation. So many vacations. It's awesome. I'm so glad that y'all are able to get out. I'm glad that y'all can get out and be safe and have a good time. That's awesome, Sauce Doggin. I hope that you have a great time while you're out and about, while you're on the loose. I'm not gonna be on the loose until November. I'm gonna be staying here streaming until November. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying. I hope you have a good time. Spirit Vessel. Yum, 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 yum. Ah, weather's been good for me so far. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness, Tay. I've never been to Alabama, but it seems pretty pog, you know. Apparently, I'm not good enough to mod it either. I'm really struggling. Not a true gamer. I think you're a true gamer to me, Dai. To me, you've always been a real gamer. Don't doubt yourself, my friend. Let's see. We gotta... Oh, we should probably go over there and grab that first. They immediately spot me, I think. Yep. Okay. Oh, these guys float. I've never seen these guys on the move before like that. All right, now they sleep. Yeah, we'll grab that beacon. Oh, I can't use any tools. Yeah, you can't use any tools whenever you're in the Shadow Realm. So I have to do everything by hand. And a lot of it's gonna be by memory too, because I'm gonna have to remember all the different areas that you can go. This is an annoying one for sure. Good to get that out of the way. Yeah, we'll just kind of generally try to grab the most annoying ones and sort of try to circle back. Try not to waste my little beacon fruits. The real thing is keeping that timer down so that they don't bother me. Oh, dead end. Nice. That's really sweet. That's really nice of you, Nintendo. Appreciate it. I'm not going to be back over here, so the fruits don't really matter here. Oh, it's an edited area. It's different than it is normally. Because this bone spine thing is in a different spot normally. We still got more than half a flower. Let's just watch this guy for a second. Okay, simple enough, but very difficult. It looks to be like difficult timing over here. Oh, that was really too close. That was too close. I was taking a risk. Yikers! Yikers! Be careful. Be careful, Lonk. Lonk. They won't be telling legends about you if you die. That's why they call it the Legend of Zelda, because Link dies at the end of this game, unfortunately. Oops. Oops. They don't tell legends about you if you die. Careful with the beacon fruits. You need a lot in this one. That's what people said last time. That's what I was told at the last one, but I didn't really have a problem with it, to be fair. To be fair, I didn't have a problem with it. Oh, I see some more of those darkness fruits. I know that we have to roll down the hill over there, so I'm thinking that I'm just going to focus on this area for now. Try to grab the goodies over here. We'll swoop back around. Still got plenty of time. Still got plenty of time. I'm still a little bit nervous, though. Okay, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm nervous. This is a slightly stressful challenge. Slightly stressful. Because I know that these guys could wake up at any moment. I mean, not at any moment, but they can wake up whenever, if I make a failure. If I fail big time. Beacon fruits up there. There's one at the right side. I can remember that. That's easy. I can almost see all of the beacons in one spot. Yeah, I can almost see them all. Oh, yep. Okay, there's one across there. There's 3 on both sides. All right. You gotta crawl under here, dude. They are burning as much time as they can. They're like, oh yeah, just crawl through there. No need to feel rushed. Just think if an enemy was pursuing you the whole time while you're like trying to balance on here, and the music's like. You can do it, Link. Don't be a baby. You've been a tightrope walker ever since you were a small child. All right, that's 6, and that's all of them. Yep, those are all the rest. You can't make it across. You just, I mean, I could. This is probably gonna waste a lot of time. Oh no. This is wasting time, and we don't have time to waste because we have to run all the way back up there. Oh no. Oh, I think they're gonna awaken before I can get over there. Ooh, I'm thinking they're gonna be awake, and I'm gonna be rushing for that stupid deer. Because this is kind of a dead end, it looks like, and you have to walk all the way back. Is this a shortcut? No, it's a dead end. Oh! I mean, I'll dodge them, but I'd rather not have to dodge any enemies. Okay, we're running out of time. I'm out of time. You're out of time. Oh no, come on, the stamina. I'm lacking the stamina. I'm lacking the stamina. Oh man, look at this long walk back. Oh, surely there's a better way to do this. Surely there was a big brain moment over there that I missed. Oh, it's this way. Oh, poop! Come on, Link! We don't have time for this. Link, we're out of time. We're gonna have to dodge enemies now. Oh, whoops! It's kind of strange because you have to hold the direction and you hold B to rush. To run, you hold B. But the problem is that you get punished for like clicking B. It's kind of strange. Wait, how did we get over there though? Where am I? Oh, down here. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yee-ha-hoo. Gabu-ba-ga-ba-geep. Okay, all we gotta do is just get one fruit, and then all the guys will shut up and go to bed. Are we about to run into a guy? Nani? What do you mean there's enemy? Ooh, scary water, dude. Scary water. Oh, what is that? What is that wild bull crap? Oh no! I went I pushed the wrong spot. Dang it. Oh man, dumb. Just missed it. Oh no, this isn't the way. Oh crap. Oh, he stops. Dumb. It looks like you're the real dum-dum. I'm trying again. I'm not even stressed about it. I'm too blessed to be stressed. Listen, I can't worry about these silly salamanders. These silly salamanders, they don't stand a chance. I'm just gonna boing down right down here. Look, there's not even a guy waiting for me. They didn't even roll out the welcome mat for me. What? Aw, this game sucks, dude. Dang it. Hey, Darren, we'll see you later. Thanks for vibing, my friend. We'll see you later. See you later. Darren, get over here. Hey, get your swanky butt over here. Come on, son. Come on, son. Chop. Oh, Linz, you're here. I didn't know that Linz was here. Hi, Linz. Oh, there's guys in the walls. All right, that's nice. That's actually really cool. That's actually rockin' cool, dude. Cool stuff, dude. I just want to get that one fruit. I've tried it 3 times. I feel like we can do it. Hopefully I don't run into enemies while I'm rolling down this hill. That's the horror that I'm expecting to happen. I'm expecting for an enemy to just kind of jump on me. God, I did it. Yeah, all right. Nice. All right. Good stuff. Slimy salamander. Potato Man's almost gone. You've almost destroyed him. Yeah. We're gonna zoom. We gotta zoom up here. I think I saw where the last one was. Pretty sure I saw it. You're on audio only and it's buffering still, but I'm here. Oh no! Linz, holy moly. If only you could see the most beautiful art that I've ever created. We have beautiful art that's on the screen that I guess you'll just miss out on this time. A shame. It's time for him to leave. Go home, Steve. These stay permanently on. That's kind of nice, Nintendo. Not gonna lie, I do appreciate that. All right, there's one at the tip top. Do you have to go through Lava Land? What? Do you have to go through Lava Land? What's the even point of Skyward Sword if the trials aren't nearly impossible? Exactly. If you can't beat the game and you rage quit, if it's not that, then what's the point? That's one way to go. Are we supposed to go through Lava Town? It would be too hot, right? I thought that it'll burn our little fresh buns, our little sweet buns. I don't even think you can go up here. Oh. Oh, it was up here. That would have made that trial so much easier. That would have made it easier. Ah, now we gotta still slide down. Still gotta slide. Still gotta get our slide on. But we'll never be back up here, so we might as well grab all the fruit that we can. Not because we need them, but because I want to consume them. I want to consume them. Eat them. I'm starving. Just kidding, I'm not hungry. Don't whine at me. Whee! Oh, I almost touched it. Almost touched the puddle. Hashtag puddle of mud. Ooh, this has got to be the way. Let's go. Come on, Lunk. Come on, Lunk. Lonky. Lonky, lonky. Yeah. This is the way to do it, you guys. This is genius level. This is genius level gameplay right here. We saved it. Not only are they the easiest, but we're gonna have plenty of time too. Oh crap! There's actually eyeballs up there. Ooh, these guys are actually kind of stinky. How far away can I stay from them though? Run, my boy, run. Run, my sweet little lunk. My sweet little lunk of yes. My lunk of yes. Okay, one. Delicious. And then, ooh, sleepy lad. Sleepy lad sleeps. Ooh. One more. That's it. Mo ichido. I'm scared. The last one, and it's right next to a guardian. Taking my risks. Taking a risk. He's checking it twice. Gotta find out who's naughty or nice. Link just beat this trial. Poggers.
He sees you when you're sleeping.
There we go. Nice.
Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Bing, bang, boom. First try. We did it.
Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. That's got to be a tiresome thing to retry over and over. Y'all can tell me in the chat for anybody that had to replay that. That's got to be annoying, right? You can stand any heat without a sweat. Ah, I could have guessed that, but I didn't. I forgot about it. I kind of thought that he'd change his tunic. Does he not have multiple tunics in this game? Ooh, thanks for all the hype in the chat, you guys. Well, now I know exactly where to go. Oh, there's no tunic. Look at that. Tunic's not in the inventory. I should have noticed. Should have noticed. Since there's no tunic in the inventory, you never change it. You forgot about the tunics? Yeah, so did Nintendo. It's all right, Calico. It was really annoying, especially annoying that Switch players don't have to suffer like I did. Oh yeah, that's just like the, that reminds me, it's not just like, but it reminds me slightly of how if you go through military boot camp, you have a really good reason to pretend like it was super hard. Like everybody that goes through boot camp, they all have a great reason to, because they had to go through it, they want to make it seem like it was so bad. Just like you're like, I want you to suffer like I did. Too bad. I didn't have to choose to play this game. And I wouldn't have played this on the Wii. If we'd beaten every other Zelda game, I don't think I would have played this on the Wii. I think I would have just left a gap. I think I would have just left a gap in my Zelda knowledge. I don't care, dude. I have a status update for you. You are near the crater of the peak. Ooh, goops. Goops on the ceiling. Buck. I cannot believe how aggressive y'all are trying to get this poor potato out of here. Do you have any idea how many points you've used today? Holy moly. Nice. Y'all are trying to get rid of my boy Steve. How dare you? Steve loved us. Steve would never forsake us. It wasn't even that expensive. Oh my gosh, look at him go. Look at him go, he's gone, dude. Poor everybody else in the chat that doesn't like hearing the same sound effect over and over. I apologize, I didn't think that they'd spam it like this. I didn't think they'd experiment like this, okay? My condolences. My condolences. You can still see his feet. It's the most important part. Nani? I am definitely gonna have to get rid of this sound effect tomorrow. Tomorrow, this sound effect's gone. It'll be way too frustrating to hear it anymore. Oh. Okay, this is good enough for me. Yeah, he's gone. He's actually still up there, technically. Technically, he's still up there. You just can't see him. You just can't see him. And he's gone. He is. You killed him. I actually can't believe it. Should I restart it? Should I restart it? Because I have a reset button. I purposefully made a reset button so that I can put him down at the bottom again with one press.
Calico plays Yeet.
Ah, the button. So long, Steve. See you later. See you later, Steve. Don't worry, he's not here anymore. He's not here anymore. We got rid of Steve. Oi, Gay and Broadway, what's up? Hey, hope you're doing well. Welcome to the party. How you doing? Oh, oh, oh. Nice to see you, Broadway. Hope you're having a good day. A good day. We're playing a little bit of this game. We're trying to win out here. We're trying to win. Steve, round 2.
Steve, round 2.
Dell. Dell even put 100 bits on the line, you guys. 100 bits? Dell, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate those 100 bits, my friend. You're tired, but you had a good day? Ooh, Friday vibes. Friday vibes with the tired, but a good day. Are you able to kick back, my friend, and enjoy your Friday now? Able to kick back, enjoy yourself? Nice. You got any fun weekend plans that you're going to do? Got anything fun that you're going to do? Oh, the tongue.
Oh, hey, we meet again. So how have you been, bud? I rumbled over here because I heard that somebody had spotted some goddess cubes in this area. I've got a hunch that they might be down in that direction, but this flaming wall of fire is blocking the way. I wish there was something we could do to put out these flames.
Country road, take me home to a place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, Amber Hill, Country road. There we go.
Wish there was something that we could do to put out these flames.
I know, right? Wouldn't it be nice? Daily's done. Nice. You're taking these dailies seriously, Alchemic. You're taking it serious. Good stuff. Good stuff. Unlock all those goodies. You know that the first month's always the best anyway. First month is the best.
Quench my thirst to clear your path.
Can I just like drool on his tongue? Quench his thirst. You thirsty for bombs? Hmm? Thirsty? Thirsty, my boy? How about a mouthful of... water? Possible water. Quench thirst. Don't whip the frog. What? Nardavel. I have to try everything. Maybe a little bit of, maybe we should dry out his tongue. Does that quench your thirst, my boy? Does that quench you? Are you feeling quencheth? Well, the, too bad. Well, I was thinking about the Wave Buster, but our Wave Buster was these earrings, and they just help with the heat so that we can actually go in here. So there's no more Wave Buster. I mean, we've gotten every item now. We've gotten all the different items. It wouldn't be a jar of water, would it? Really? Jar of water? Maybe a jar of lava. Maybe a little sip of lava would help him out. Get off of me. Get off of me! Is that an escape route? What is this? Oh. Really? Really? Nintendo. Put that down. Nintendo, put it down. Put it down. Down. Bad Nintendo. Bad. Roll over. Roll over. Nintendo. Nintendo, heal. Nintendo, heal me quickly. No. That looks grabby. That looks grabby, you guys, huh? I don't know. Looks kind of grabby down there. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Looking a little grabby in this area. Little bit grabby. A little bit, I don't know. I don't know. There's something's going on over here. Something's up. Something's up. You can't. Look at that. Look at that. Interesting. I see that there are vines on that side. There's vines down there. There's vines down there. I see that you can probably shoot from up here to over there. But the question is how you... Oh. Air. Right? Air on the side of wind. I have aired, it seems, fortunately. There's butterflies up there for you to play a little ditty for. I don't think that they'll be able to hear the music from down here. Nope. They're not liking it. They're not jiving. Claw. Maybe we can claw onto that tree. I don't think that I aimed at that. Stop. I don't think that I aimed at that tree yet. Ah, come on. It's made of wood. Let's see. I know, a sick beat, right? You can just jump off the edge, but I'm pretty dang sure you're supposed to go up there. I don't see any bomb spots. Nope, don't see any bomb spots. Can we just climb the spot? So close. So close. Might want to douse in the area? Really dousing? Treasure? Douse. For a cube? Oh, there's a cube down there, that's for sure. Yeah, there's some, yeah, so that's just this challenge, whatever it is. Oh, I forgot about my drone. That's what it is. Forgot all about it. I saw that bomb up there and it reminded me of it. My drone, dude. I forgot about the drone. Zoom. What do we hit, though? What do we got to hit? Let us get up here. So, what you looking for? I'm looking for whatever's going on in this area because it's sus as heck. Because it is sus as heck. Yeah, because look, I mean, obviously there's a goddess cube down here. But there's got to be a way to, like, to latch onto something. I see that there's a bomb, so I'm thinking, what do we blow up? I don't see any craggly looking walls. Oop. I don't see any craggly looking walls. Oh, stop that. Oh, stop that, heel boy. It's gotta be some trick. That heart makes it blow up? All right. Do I hit one of the trees? The fence? None of this stuff looks breakable, though. Goddess cube down there. It's gotta be something to get up here, right? Dang. Well, there's a wall here. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's something to do later. The rocks look sus down there. Where? Down here? Yeah, a little bit sus, but it's got to be a way to get up here. I can see where all the claws go. I can see all the claw situation. I can see how you get up here. Then you claw over there. Oh, you can't get it right now? Okay, oh, you can get it right now. Oh, okay. All right. If I can get it, then let's see. Wind. Whip. No, there's nothing to whip. There's nothing to whip right now. I do love very satisfying whip. No point in shooting anything. I can't claw anything right now. Let's see, blow or bomb. But there's a bomb up there. There's a bomb up there. Try to jump down. Yeah, I'll just jump off the edge. Whoops. Whoops. It almost looked like that would work. Maybe you just do it on the return journey. Stop diving like that, dude. Stop! Stop! That. If you hold up, then he dives? Okay, let's try that again without pushing so far forward. Huh. I don't think it's this. Let me just look at this descent. Yeah, it looks like you can descend that way. Okay, we got this over here. Big old plant. There's a plant on the backside there. These walls don't look very suspicious. What would that bomb be doing up there? What's the point of the bomb? That's a small freaking crack in the wall, dude. That is a small crack in that wall. I did not notice that. Is there more? What? That doesn't even solve the... That doesn't even solve it! Besides, that just proves why there's a bomb here. It's to make you look for that. What? That doesn't even do anything. They just bamboozled me again. I've been double bamboozled. Trees. I thought that I'd be able to break this fence maybe. So that I could claw onto stuff, but it's gotta be up here. It's got to be to get up here. Yeah, I thought that there might be something behind this waterfall, but I already crawled on it, and I don't think there's anything back here. I wish. That's a decent idea, but Nintendo they're too smart for that. So you can claw onto those treasure chests, but I don't. But I can't access it. There's not an angle that you can hit that with. Let's see. Whippies. Ah, it's not whips. I'm curious if there's anything that the beetle can grab around the cube. That's a decent idea. Yeah, we might as well investigate either way. Flying around the beetle is what I generally do when I don't know what's happening. Yeah, there's that. Try to land on the vine. I don't think you can land on a vine out of a skydive. And this looks like it's purposefully made so that you cannot skydive. And why would they make skydiving the difficult part? And then, what, you crawl all the way back on these vines? Like, what? Maybe. Yeah, I don't think so. Because if you jump off the... Ooh, that's kind of scary. Yeah, see, if you jump off the edge, if I push forward... Oh, wait. No, that does work. I think that you just tap it. Oh, maybe I will try that. Hang on. Maybe it's just taps. I'll at least try it. Shiny is so sweet. Shiny's cheering me on. Oh, you just tap it. That's so weird. Huh. I was just doing it wrong on this controller. This controller was just making it confusing. If you hold it all the way forward, you don't go forward. You dive if you just hold it. Okay. I didn't know that about skydiving. I just learned a new thing about skydiving. Learned a new thing about skydiving. Link went splat! Yep, I don't care about Link's health and safety. Sorry, Link. Sorry. Didn't mean to make you fail like that. Look at Link go. But we're gonna run out of juice in a little while. Thankfully, apparently hanging on to these vines doesn't take any effort. What a good boy. What a good boy. All right. I bet that would have been a little bit easier with motion controls. And the other thing that I didn't think about is that this game is made to push motion controls, and I should have thought, What would be the most fun with motion controls in this area? What would be more fun? Solving a puzzle or doing some weird skydiving? Coulda, if I had thought about it that way, I probably would have been like, oh, duh. They're gonna make you have fun with your motion controls. They gotta sell that Wiimote Plus. It's gotta be worth it. I think that was this extra area though. I can't remember if this is the entrance. I feel like this is the entrance here. Oh, we just got the water. We just got the water. Let's pour it on. Let's pour it on his tongue. I forgot about that. Link, cool off that poor frog's tongue. That poor frog is parched. He's parched. He's been out in the desert for months. Aw, it's cute. I like his lips.
Hey, the flames are out. Now we can get through there.
Yeah, look at it. You want to help with the water, buddy? You're way stronger than I am. Why you leaving me to do all the work, you dumb? Ooh, dung beetles. Poop boys. Although Nintendo doesn't want you to know that they're poop boys. Cute froggy. Ooh, do they do they do a little song? Oh, I thought that we were about to awaken a boyoyoyong. I remember these from Ocarina of Time. It's a Sheikah boyoyong. Rumor is that there's a piece of heart hidden somewhere nearby. The thing is that you need to be able to burrow like a magma. Burrow like a magma? What? Burrow. Do I get the ability to like actually like tunnel? Rumor has it there's a piece of heart. I know, I'm trying to, ooh. This is a different hole. That's a different look. Burrow like a magma. Am I really gonna unlock like a new? This is a waste, but I'm still taking them. Maybe we use a bomb. Maybe this is how they burrow. Is this how they burrow? Link? Link, they don't use explosives. Oh, see you later. What? What? It turned into a rocket. This is so strange. Why does it have so many different reactions? What? Now it wiggle? Now I want to try everything. Now I want to try. Oh, okay. That's not weird. That's not weird either. The stone just turned into a rocket. Why, Nintendo? Explain! Now I want to try all the things. It flew up if you bombed it in Ocarina of Time as well. I did. As soon as it started flying, I did remember that. Now I want to see if there's any other rare abilities. We've already done the bomb. Money? It was worth it. It was worth the investment. Already did. Yep, we tried everything. But the ground. The only thing that I thought of that's maybe like burrowing is the hook beetle. Gotta be something that we unlock later, right? It's that hole right there, but I can't burrow right now. Hannibal Burrow. Ooh, look more difficult. Look at that challenge water.
Water challenge. I'm gonna do the ice bucket challenge.
All you gotta do is just go. Boyoyoyong. You just gotta boyoyoyong up there whenever you have some water. Why are they making me walk out here? Why are they making me walk back out to get some more? What is this padding, dude? Is this what you're supposed to do? Is this the real solution? Should have grabbed a second empty bottle? Well, sure, shoulda, coulda, woulda. All the shoulda, coulda, wouldas sitting in the sun, thinking about what they shoulda, coulda, woulda done. Well, that's too bad. I've only got one bottle. I've only got one bottle, and I only use it for milk. Milk. Do we just dump it down here? Drink up, son. Drink up, fish lips.
Hey, nice work, bud. Now we're getting somewhere.
We've been look at him. Look at him. He's moving though. Ah, look. More lick. I'm gonna pierce that tongue, frog boy. I'm gonna pierce that tongue! Kinda wanna pierce my tongue.
Hey, do you see this, bud? Talk about intriguing. We're definitely off the map here. This does not feel like a goddess cube stuff to me. I bet there's something super important hidden around here. All I can say is that the big frog has a big thirst. I do not think that the amount of water one of your little bottles can hold is gonna cut it this time.
8-star, everything's finished. Oh, snap! Oh, snap.
Speaking of which, where are you gonna get all that water? I'm pretty stumped.
Must be a tree. Must be a tree! To the sky, take to the skies. Let us fly like birds out of this island. I'm ready to go back and live happily with my family and forget about this adventure. I want to sit in my gaming chair and play Genshin Impact for the rest of my life. Genshin Impact for the rest of my life? I'll be able to get all of my anime boys and girls then. Hooray! Oh, yeah. Fill the bug net with water? Yeah, and then yeah, just fill up the bug net with water and then dump it on that frog tongue. That's what that frog needs. He needs a bug net full of water. Oh, lizard up here. Lizardio. Oh, Lizardio laddie. Ooh, not so pog. Not so pog. Perish. Die. Seen it. That's right, lizard boy. Ooh, you've been outplayed. He kind of just disappeared in that mountain. Oh, it's a goddess cube. I mean, actually, well, to be honest, I'm kind of happy to get a... I'm happier to get a bonus item than just the boring old mission.
Lizardo!
Lizardo. Not so poog. Oh my gosh, it's the golden diggy spot. Lizardio. Sounds like a Pokemon. I choose you, Lizardio. That's Lizardio's noise. Lizardio's hurt. Lizardia, use tail swag. Oh no. Pikachu, use protect. Pika. Oh no. Lizardio died. You're hoping for a gold rupee? I know, right? There was a little gold spot and there's no rupee. No rupee for my hard work. Nintendo. What type would Lizardio be? Oh, he's grass type. He's grass type. But whenever he evolves, he turns into Lizard King. And then he turns into a water type. No, he turns into a dragon type. Lizard King. So we're gonna need more Wawa, hey? Maybe we get a water cannon. Maybe you get the water blaster. Ooh, I see that there's flames on the side there. I'm really trying to pay attention to the to how vertical levels are. I'm pretty sure that we have to grass to dragon. What an upgrade! It makes me think of the that other Rayquaza. Rayquaza looks like he'd be a grass type whenever he was a baby. Yeah, we need a super soaker, and we're gonna get one of the super soakers that you freeze a little piece of the super soaker. You put it inside of the freezer, and then it chills the water that you use. So it's frozen soakies. Frozen Ahsokas. You're gonna get some sleep now. It's been fun hanging out to watch the streams for longer since it's the finally weekend. Hey, awesome sauce. Get some rest, Shiny. We'll see you later. I'll be here tomorrow early if you want to hang out. We'll see you later. Get some rest. Get some good schlep. Schlep. You schlep.
You are diabolical.
It didn't work that well anyway. Can you imagine keeping it frozen while you make it to the booth or wherever you're going? Just imagine. Imagine if coolers actually kept things cold. That's a world I don't want to live in. Ah. Drippy. Drippy boys. Hey, don't drip on me. Get out of here. You don't have enough drip to kill me. We got some gabagoops. This looks like a spot that you use the super soaker on, hey? Does look a little bit like you go and just soak this water and then you can walk across the, oh. What about this suspicious ledgeway? Well, this might be the way back. Maybe there's a boat. Because look, there's an entrance over there. It's raining. Shields are cheating. No shields. We're doing a shieldless run. Who needs a shield? Exactly. I could just dodge this normally. Yeah, so it looks like it's possible that it's a boat. It's possible that this is a part for the super soaker. But the real truth of the situation, you guys, is that we just don't have what we need. Hey, get off me. I want to break free. I want to double check that these guys do what I think that they do when they die. Yep, nothing. Great. Okay, point is, we can't do this quite yet. We gotta do something else. What the heck is this? What the snake? What the great snake? Great snakes! What's the name of, oh, his name's Snowy. I thought that the name of the dog was Beanie for a second, but it's Snowy. Great snakes! Snowy. A suspicious little, stalagmite fall onto your head. I think one of my clients wants me to, What? Kathy, are you trying to confuse me? Where should we go? What are we looking for? Oh, the way to beat the level. A way to beat the level. There's these over here, though. Oh, look at that suspicious... Look at that suspicious stick over there. Looking around. Just thinking. Thinking. Think. Oh, it tickles him. Aw. That's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. He giggled. He giggles while you tickle him. That's cute. I know. It laughs. It goes. I'm looking for cracks in the walls. Thinking that there might be something to blow up. Oh, Beth, you're going to go to bed? Oh, my gosh. It's 3 a.m. Get some sleep. Get some sleep, Beth. It was nice to hang out with you. We'll see you later. See you later. Get some rest. It was nice to hang out with you. Okay, so this is the entrance. This is impassable at the moment. We've already been through these two. One of them's water, and then one of them is to go to the big chamber. What have I got on me that I can use? I've got scatter shots, whips, but it's a water situation. So what can I... Maybe I should head back outside to the water and mess around with it for a second. Boyan. Oh wait, oh this isn't the way. This is the way. This is the way over here, darn it. Music. That's what we need. We need music. That's how to solve this situation. Money. We got money. We got just one jar of water. I mean, that's not enough, right? He literally specifically said that wasn't enough. There's a lizard up there. We already dug up that. Does Fee say anything? Yeah, let's look at the sword. I bet that she say something whenever we're over here. Yep. Say something, I'm giving up on you. Master Linny, I detect no water in the immediate vicinity. Of course, you will need a large basin to proceed past the impediment. Impediment. Excuse me. I thought that it was impediment. Impediment. But you will also need some water. I recommend that you start with that task. Oh, you'll also need water. So first we need water, then we find basin. Okay. Okay. Water first. That's what she said. She said, "Don't get ahead of yourself, you big dummy. Just go and just do what you do what you know to do first." No.
Kathy. Kathy. Please. Please, Kathy. Let's keep things family friendly.
Ah! Help! Out we go. Oh, what? There's now a guy over here.
Well, look what we got here. You still looking for your friend? Well, of course, I'm on the hunt for treasure. Heard that there was some fancy ruins out this way, so here I am. Believe it or not, I haven't found a thing. Got any information for me?
I'm not telling.
Don't get all tight-lipped on me now. We're friends, right? Out with it. What? There's some fire blocking your path. Why don't you just pour some water on it and move on?
Yeah. Yo, no! Boom! Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Wow! 5 gifted subs for the Chopin Hood, for Zigzag, for Flareon Lad, for Gold, and for Ivy Stripe Plays. Hey, thank you so much for the 5. What's up, Dell? Yo. Thank you so much. I appreciate the generosity.
Starting out the weekend with style.
Fancy. Dell, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Goodness gracious. Thank you very much, everybody, for all that hype in the chat.
You need that water? Oh, I get it. So the water is not enough. You know, I hear a little water we got fed off.
Well, what?
You know, I heard a little water we got here is fed off of a far-off water source called Lake Floria. So a buddy of mine went hunting for the treasure of the Faron Woods, and he told me that he used the waterways there to find his way back home. He tells me that Lake Floria is just the biggest lake that you could imagine. Bet if you checked it out, there'd be enough water to solve your dilemma.
Lake Floria? What? We have to leave?
A report, Master Lenny. I recommend following.
Go back to Lake Floria? Would you like me to analyze previous data and register the vessel? Yeah, go for it. Yep, so back to the lake. Okay, so we leave. So we get out of here. Man, whenever Dell gifted those subs, man, it made me just want to get these lights working. I've got to get these lights working. They look so cool. They look so cool in the background, and they need to all flash. I need that one to flash. That one to flash. That one over there to flash. They all need to go rainbow whenever there's a gifted sub. I've got to get that thing working again. I've got to get it working again. We need the rainbow for. Oh, it's time for you to head off. Prepare yourself for tomorrow. Hey, Stark. We'll see you later.
Stop being so creepy. Just kidding.
We'll see you later. See you later. Get some rest. Get some rest, you silly.
You silly. You silly baka. You baka. What would I be excited for tomorrow for, baka?
We gotta go back up to the sky. Man, that's kind of strange. I guess we're not in the dungeon yet, though, right? Wait, are we? I mean, we're on the volcano summit. I guess this doesn't really count as the dungeon. I was gonna say that it's weird that they kick me out of the dungeon like this, but I guess in this game you do a trial, then you do pre-dungeon, then you do dungeon. So, okay. I don't know if it just seems like a weird thing to complain about, though. Since the Legend of Zelda games are so like predictable, I guess it would be kind of a weird complaint to say this isn't like the other Zelda games. This isn't like them. It doesn't follow all the exact same tropes. But I guess I really do like that trope better. I guess it'd be like if they did something really off the beaten path for Mario. Probably me and all the rest of the fans would be like, oh, this isn't Mario. This isn't Mario. There's no jumping. No jumping in a Mario game? I don't know. It's that weird limit between like too much change or too little. In this case, I don't prefer it, but that's okay. But that's okay. I'm glad that they tried out something else in this case. Not in all the cases, but in some cases, like this one. You think that that's already happening with Paper Mario? Uh-oh. Are they keeping it the same, or are they changing it too much? Which way is Nintendo going? Because I've never played any of them. They took all the risk for Breath of the Wild. Yeah, they went majorly outside of their comfort zone. I feel like they did the same for Animal Crossing. They've been taking a lot of risks recently. I know that, I mean, I'm only saying that as somebody who's played all of the other Animal Crossings. As somebody who's played every single one, that's the biggest difference is between all the other games and then that last one. The last one is very, very different. Each of the other ones are so incremental. I feel like the crafting mechanic is just like blows it out of the water, completely changes how the game works. And then they abandoned it. My favorite. I bet we gotta go here. Florio. Nani? How dare you? You're making Steve strong again. Don't strengthen Steve. Calico. You can't even see how cursed he is right now. Don't strengthen Steve. He will take over your life. Nani indeed. Already pre-dousing here. Nice. Pre-doused. Pre-doused. Alright, just go through here. Just go through here and find a big pot. Excuse me, lady. Could I please have your pot? Please. Please, give me it. Yes. Delicious. Make it stop. Hashtag Mr. Potato Head. You can't kill Mr. Potato Head. He's already dead. Please give Bucket. No way that she is. No way she's just gonna hand it over. She's just gonna be like, ew, welcome back. I'm going to give you this pot for free. No way. She's gonna be like, oh, if you want this bucket, you're gonna have to do something for me as well. Thanks, lady. Thanks for the submission. For the submission. Listen, instead of the submission, could you submit, please? And zoom. Skills. Actually, I don't need that. She's gonna need you to get 100 monster parts and a snack. And a snack, and you also have to do 10,000 jumping jacks in front of her. And then she's like, you've worked long enough. That is enough. Make it stop. I can't believe it. Fantasy Animal, you said that you wanted to make it stop, but you made him stronger. Potato Man is stronger than ever. Just kidding, he's actually super weak right now. It's almost 3 a.m. You're gonna head to bed? All right, we'll see you later, Broadway. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for hanging out. We love you. Get some rest. Get some rest. Yes, 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 yes. We see you sometime soon. We'll see you sometime soon. I'll be here early tomorrow. If you want to hang out, we're going to be building a Lego roller coaster. A Lego roller coaster that actually works. It actually works. Should be working by tomorrow, I'd bet. Ah, it's you. Tell me, are you mastering the power that dwells within your sword? Oh, you wish to borrow my water basin. Very well, I have recovered, and I have no intention of having a soak in it again soon. Be gone with it. It's yours to take as you please. To transport the water basin to the volcano, we'll need to enlist the service of that transport robot. Oh, they're reusing the transport robot thing. Such a strange non-mechanic in this game. It's interesting. Yeah, it's odd that they do this again. I mean, I don't dislike it. Master Short Pants, watch carefully as I demonstrate what a real hero looks like. I mean, it's character development. As usual, I will await you in the skies above. Okay, so padding? Is that what it is? Padding? Reset Steve should be a giant, Oh, yeah, it moved. I'm sorry, Blue Jay. It moved because it's more expensive now. Sorry about that. I might, if we ever do a Steve Harvey thing like this again, I might make a really expensive Reset Steve button. Not only so that you can torment people by keeping Steve here, but also so that you can ruin people's progress before it gets somewhere. It could be like 5,000, 10,000 or something. Ruin it. Be like, oh boy, we're getting to the good part. And then you're just like, bye-bye, Steve. See you later. See you later, Steve. Back to the bottom. Or people are like, we killed Steve. Now he's gone forever. But we can just spawn him again. To the sky. Yes. I'm not complaining. It's just kind of funny. Whoops. Yeah, and how did you... Wait, did you do an edit Sky emote? Mr. Potato Steve has left the stream for its greater destiny. Was currently looking at his protege. Once he also assembled two, there will be two loose in the world. Once they've assembled... where do we go? He said he'll meet us in the sky, so is he just gonna deliver it with us? If you ever do a Pokemon stream again, you could do a Meowth one, and the sound alert could be the Meowth that he goes, yeah. Ooh, yeah, Long Boys. We could make Long Boys part of the stream sometimes. Sometimes we could make a Long Lad. I've never seen another stream do something like that. That's our fresh idea, you guys. Long Boys. Yeah, the super tall Meowth. Zert, this is the entrance. Better get here before Master Short Pants. Ooh, sassy. Sassy. I need to build up my points. My lack of impulse control has me left with 6K. My economy's booming. I really do want to reward y'all for gaining a lot of points. And I also want to give y'all stuff to spend. So if y'all are running out of points, then I'm like, yes. That means that there's something fun for you to do with it. What? The summon? Why didn't you say so from the start? I don't want to carry this thing back to the sky. It's so heavy! Uh-oh. Looking dangerous. This place is swarming with monsters. I bust up enemies like a junkyard record. Too bad I got my mitts full with this basin. Hey, Master Short Pants, since we came all this way, do you want to play a game called Protect the Robot? No. No, I don't. Please don't make me do this. I almost got a tear out of my eye. I almost did it. I'm pretty close. I feel a little bit of there's a little bit of wetness. There's some moisture. There's some moisture. I'm working on it. I'm working on crying on command. For manipulation. For manipulation purposes. Oh, stupid robot. Almost pushed through it. I know. Don't worry. I'll be able to cry on command someday. Someday, I'll be able to cry on command. And another thing that I want to do is eventually have a feminine voice that I can whip out whenever I want. Those are a couple of little goals that I've got. I don't really care about doing any specific accents or anything like that. I don't have a specific one that I would really care about. I mean, sure, I'd like to learn some different impressions, but none specifically. Crocodile tears. Oh, wow! That's just good old-fashioned acting. What are you talking about? Can't kill me, I'm a god. Whoops. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying to get up here. Oh, no! You suck. You're the worst robot ever. Malfunction. Malfunction. They're about twos. I am detecting malfunctions within the robot. Really? You're detecting malfunctions? Ah, you must have some enhanced sensors that I don't have. Wow. You're certainly not using any human eyes to be able to manage this sort of a high influx of information that's gained by alternate sources that are not available to humankind. Goodness. Heavens. You just want to learn how to do mildly decent voice acting? I don't know if I'll ever be able to pull off, like, convincing emotions with a range that would be required for a proper acting gig. I could probably do... Maybe someday I could do, like, a comedic role. That would be fun. If I did a comedic role, or if I did, like, some very specific type of role, I could maybe do that. But I don't know if I'll ever have the acting chops to ever be able to do, like, an actual serious role of any sort. It's just for laughs, you guys. Oh, yeah. Up to the top! Roz from Monsters, Inc. is your favorite female? It's not a female voice, though. Isn't it voiced by the director? I'm pretty sure that Roz is voiced by the director. I'm trying to remember a quote. Well, isn't that nice? That you didn't file your paperwork. What? I didn't. This office is now closed. Oh, yo. Ow, 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 ow. I'm trying my best, Shin. Ow, 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 ow. We're doing my best. Tin's here. Hi, Tin. What's up?
Hello.
I'd rate 10. A 10. Go, 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 go. Dun 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 dun. I'm not waiting for you. You baka. You baka. Trying to help. Oh, you really do. You really do kind of go slow. You think that you can do emotions pretty well? You were always the most expressive whenever you read out loud at class. Could be Blue Jay. Did you ever do drama?
Did you ever do drama?
Drama alert. Wait a second. Did I see Opes? Oh, Opes calling me crocodile tear boy. How dare?
How dare?
Opes, I've seen you cry on command. Whenever they announced Mario Golf, I saw him cry on screen. He was like, oh, it's been so long. Nintendo, I never thought you would. I always make sure to read as monotone as possible whenever they did in class when they did in class reading. You always made sure to read as monotone as possible. What, to make so that they wouldn't pick you next time? So that you'd be free from having to do it? They'd be like, don't make Michael do it. He's boring. Anyway, then Cleopatra poisoned herself. It was very exciting, and my favorite part of the book was whenever it was over. Enemy. If I'm gonna, if I have to suffer reading this out loud, we all suffer. Oh my gosh. Some people just want to watch the world burn. Some people just want to read poorly. I'd take the second people, to be honest. Get spanked! Get spanked! Get spanked! Look out! Nips! Ah! Don't touch that robot! Don't make me walk all the way back down there. I don't even care what you do, dude. Link dies. Link jumps into lava. Who cares about the robot? Link is dead. The robot made it to the top, but Link perished on the way. It's a pretty good, it's a pretty good method. Yeah, get distracted. What, are you gonna hurt him? I don't think so. I'm gonna kill you. Oops, sorry. I'm gone. Cheese! Yum yum. Yum yum. Anybody want some of this gorgonzola that I got over here? I might have a brie or two. Oh, you have a very boring voice. My classmates and I did a radio drama, and I was the one to edit it. Oh, I did video editing. I did video editing for one of the drama classes. I liked it better, to be honest. I could have been in it, but I like the editing better. Oh, crap. This is very fun. See, this is what I love. This is what I love about gyroscopic aiming. It's just more fun. Tap those buttons. All right, gotta stamina up. Stamina, we're lacking the stamina. Lacking the stamina. Yeah, you gonna hurt my buddy? Played directly into my, oops. And he's dead. All right, we're almost up. Thankfully, this is one of the least painful escort missions that I've ever seen. He's pretty quick. He keeps up with you pretty dang well. This actually is not too bad. Yep, not too bad. He keeps up with you really well, and he doesn't die immediately, so it's kind of hard to go too fast. He doesn't go ahead of you, so this is actually not bad. Not bad for a, what are those? What the heck is that? Those must have just been little giblets. Little giblets. Ooh. This way, buddy. What? There's more monsters? He's like, monsters, wait for me. Wait for me. Why are you messing with all the monsters by yourself? There's no danger here. I just killed all the monsters. Come on, chop. Where'd you go? Sheesh. Where'd he go? Hey, come back here. Where'd he go? Oh, no. He's on the loose. Someone let this robot off the chain. Oh, right behind me. Don't sneak up on me like that. No, I hate that. I'm sure that I have to kill these lizards. Yes, I see the enemies here. Nope, they're so sneaky. Don't stick your tongue out at me. Are you a child? Fine, go to your room then. That's right. Right, lad, cross here. Oh wait, I don't have arrows for this. Just a little bonus shot. Just a little bonus. Come on, buddy, let's fill it up. Let's fill it up. There you go, buddy. Come on, fill her up, please. What is it, already full of water? Oh, it is. Okay, great. Well, that just makes it even easier, dude. This way, then. It does kind of take a while, though, if I'm being honest. It's I guess that they make up for the inconvenience with the amount of distance, because raw distance, this is a pretty long escort mission. But at least it's not that painful of a journey. Dump it! Feed that baby! Ribbot. He's dripping. I love their mouth closing. Their mouth closing is very cute. Croak. Did you see that, Mistress Fee? Is there anything else that I can do? Just call me. Oh my goodness. He's simping for Eva over here, shaking my head. What a loser. What a loser. I'm so glad that he is attracted to me, so that we can take full advantage. We can really get that robot to do anything that we want. I'm going to ask him to make a sandwich next time we're in the sky. Uh-oh. Dunzion. Is this a good time to stop, I guess? I guess this would be a good time to end. Right as we enter the fire sanctuary. Look at these birds. Ooh, owl. What kind of sandwich? Ooh, I'd go for a pepperoni. I'd go for a pepperoni sandwich about now. Mmm, yum yum. Pepperoni. Pepperoni sandwich is not a normal sandwich. Maybe I would think that Fee would probably want a turkey sandwich. She basic. Turkey's just a stretched out chicken. You just realized the borb in the corner is gone. What is the cursed thing that replaces the borb? Oh, what? Cursed? What? I did not search cursed Mr. Potato Head to find that image. I did not find that image by searching cursed Mr. Potato Head. That's not cursed at all. How dare you? I can't believe that you'd say something like that to my boy. To my boy, Steve. To my boy, Steve Harvey. They do have ruby eyes. Very pretty burb. Can you steal them? Ooh, yeah, we should rip out their eyes. This would work in real life. In real life, this would work. You love rubies? Hint, hint to everybody in the chat. Calico wants some rubies. Hint, hint. Calico, stop begging. Just kidding. Stop begging for rubies. Kenny, I always watch the click. I know what cursed is. Oh, dang. Tin, is that true? But Click's not cursed. He's blessed. He's a blessed boy. A blessed boy indeed. Everybody should be more like Click. That's how I solve all the problems with the world. Be more like Click and everything will be fine. Boyan. Boyayayang.
Click is blurst. That's much better. Cursed and blessed. Blurst.
Oh, we go for a big ride. We go for the big ride. Hop on. Hop on for the big ride. Is there any reason why it disappears so fast in the other spot, but it lasts forever here? Is this cooler lava? I feel like this lava might be a little bit chillier. Ow. That. That's not a permanent solution. Oh, wait. Oh, you missed me. Oh, here I come. Here I come. You got one last chance. Aw, you missed your chance. You only get one chance. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Larger water blobby. Oh, big blobs? Big blobs for the win. I'll take those arrows. I'm pretty sure that I wasted all of mine. I wasted all of my arrows. Perish. You just had to kill the enemies to open this door. Those enemies weren't even a challenge. Would you think that was a mini boss? That's not a mini boss. I almost expected an item, gonna be honest, which is kind of crazy. Old man good? Gold. Oh, which is gold. Okay.
Ho ho! Ah, last the exit. The exit at last, excuse me.
Grandpappy, so wait a second.
So is he an old wizened member? Ho ho, at last, the exit at last. Whoa! Don't scare me like that. I thought that you were one of those monster creeps. Oh hey, what's this? You got yourself a swanky pair of digging mitts, don't you? Who are you anyway? What are you doing here?
I'm on a quest.
I get you. Huh? Me? Oh yeah, the name's Gold. I'm the big boss of the magmas. Those digging mitts you got right there, I invented them. No offense, pal, but you don't look like the kind of guy that I'd send out here on a treasure hunting mission. But what do you know? You might just surprise me. So here's the deal. Word in the tunnels is that there's a huge treasure hidden here in the ruins. But no one's ever seen it and come back to tell the tale. Countless treasure hunters have disappeared in here. Poof, gone. As a treasure digger, I've got to warn you to turn around and enjoy your many peaceful years of digging left for you. But you're gonna do this no matter what I say, aren't you? Pretty much.
Alright then, I'm gonna let you in on an ancient treasure hunting legend passed down for generations by the magmas. Every magma worth a handful of dirt knows this one. Here we go. Ye who seek the entrance to the king's treasure, look for the two statues that face one another. Show your bravery and jump into the mouth of the sleeping statue. Do this, and the path before will open. You remember all that? You're golden.
Say it again.
Thanks.
Some of my guys are searching around here for the treasure. If you get lost, holler at one of them.
Okay. Thanks, Gold. Appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate it, Gold Man. Appreciate it, Goldman Sachs. So we gotta look for something to jump into its mouth. Oh boy. Become statue food. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Statue food. Ah, big key moment, you guys. Big key moment. I'm getting hungry. You guys, I think that we're gonna end it here. I think we're gonna end it here. Grandpappy Magma just told us that it's about to get serious. We gotta go get that key later, you guys. Later, darn it! I'll walk not another step forward. Okay, we are going to discover all of this beautiful area. Probably on Monday, I guess, because tomorrow we're gonna be building. Let me save really quick. Oh, you save at the thing. Save at the thing. Save and quit. There we go.
Say it again. Say it one more time, old man. You better speak to me. Speak to me.
All right, boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Thanks for the stream, lad. Of course. Davey, I'm glad that you were here. Ooh, look at this progress, though. One more song, one more blessing. Oh my, what
Playthrough. I say, incredible gameplay. We've done so well.
We've done so spicy well. What fun. But yeah, today's a little bit of a shorter stream, but you know, it's a Friday. We're gonna start streaming early tomorrow, so you know how it is. Let me just turn on some music. If it'll turn on. All right, there we go. Some outro music. Bada bing, bada boom. But yes, tomorrow we're going to be back. We're going to be back with this Lego set, and we're going to probably try to build like, here, I'm going to grab it really quick. I'm going to grab this. Here it is. So we're gonna build more of this. This is what we're going to work on, you guys. I'm trying to hold it nice and careful holding. But here's a roller coaster. We're gonna be building on maybe. I don't know if we're gonna build the rest of it, but we're definitely gonna build a sizable chunk of this. And I'd bet that we're definitely gonna get through another third. But I don't know. You got so much done. This isn't even half of it. It's so big. It's so big. This is not even half of the coaster. Yeah, look at the cool words on it. Coaster, made with real bricks. But there's pretty soon it's gonna be really hard to pick up. So I'm gonna have to be really careful transferring this. But something just rolled off. It's fine. So we're gonna be putting this together. And maybe we'll get a lot of it done. I don't know. I doubt that we're gonna get it rolling. We're gonna get close, okay? We're gonna get close. I kind of knocked over some other stuff. I knocked over some other stuff, but not the Legos. The Legos are totally fine. Where'd you get that set? Is it still available? Yep, it's still available. It's at the stores. I think it costs like $360 if I'm not mistaken. It was something like $340, $350, something like that. But yeah, I just got it at the Lego store. Thankfully, it's not discontinued, which is part of the reason why I wanted to get it, because whenever it is discontinued, I would have regretted it because it's so cool. So cool. I totally cannot wait. Please don't drop it. If I dropped it, that's what I would have been doing this evening. If I had dropped it, I would have to whip out the books and I would repair it so that we can build it tomorrow. Once they retire it, it goes up in price so fast. It does, especially if it's still sealed up. Holy moly, for sure. But yeah, that's why I wanted to get this, just so that I can make sure that I don't lose it. Same thing with the Ninjago set that's actually behind me, because I really wanted the matching Ninjago set, and I already actually missed one. There's another Ninjago set that I just don't think that we're gonna get. It's not as cool and it's not as big as the Ninjago City sets that we have here. These are like giant. This is the 6th most bricks in a set. I guess it's number 7 with the world, but whatever. It's on the, I think it's on the top 10 of most bricks. So that's a giant set. This one's a giant set over here. And then the one that we don't have is just, I think it's just a windmill. Well, not a windmill. I think that it's a water wheel. It's like a water wheel and like a little house kind of area, and it has like kind of a cool aesthetic of, you know, same kind of Japanese Ninjago sort of thing. And it's got like wooden steps. It's cool. It's cool, but I don't feel too bad about missing out on that, honestly, because, you know, these are the two cool ones. These are the giant ones. The other one, you know, it's a water wheel. Like, it's cool, but it's all right that we're missing it. I'm not gonna go back and yeah, it's retired. Yeah, that's what's too bad. I think it was actually the first one, if I'm not mistaken, but it is long retired, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I could look for it, but I wouldn't worry about it, because we'll probably get like maybe a couple more Ninjago things to go along with it. But these are so standalone, to be honest. These are the Ninjago style is so Japanese and pretty, and you know, it's got like cherry blossoms and zany colors and stuff like that. So they're cool, but they don't really fit in with the other like modular buildings. The other modular buildings are so like kind of, they're not homogenous, but you know, they're modern. They're American generally. And honestly, I'd like to maybe just keep these as like a really cool Japanese combo. And we can put that in like some Japanese side of the room, like some really cool like display. And then maybe I can make like a city street eventually. And that can have lights on it or something. I don't know. City things would go along with the roller coaster better than this. But yeah, we definitely got the neat ones already. But anyway, we're gonna do Legos tomorrow, and we might do Legos on Sunday. I normally don't do a stream on Sunday, but I might be convinced otherwise by this roller coaster. It kind of just depends on how far we get. To be honest, I just remembered. This is who we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid Landfork. I forgot that Landfork is doing his 1 year partner anniversary, which is awesome sauce. I'm so happy that he got his partner an entire year ago. What a champ. What a champ. Cheers. Yeah, he's doing a subathon for an entire year partnered. Someday we're gonna get that partner. You hear me? I'm coming for that partner. I'm coming for that someday. Someday we're gonna get it. But yeah, we should rate him. He's a really cool guy. Very exciting. Very cool. It's always a party over there. It's always a freaking party. But I'll be here tomorrow, just like I said. I'll have the whole thing set up. I wonder. I probably can't get a camera in time. I wonder. Every time that we do a table stream, I remember that I need a camera, and then I forget. I'm tempted to, let me think. I might be able to pick one up. I'll see. It's 8 o'clock. I think that Best Buy closes at 10. No, it might close at 8. I'm not sure. We'll see. Maybe I'll be able to grab a camera. I know. It's still kind of early, but I think that Best Buy closes quick. If they're open till 10, I might be able to grab another Sony camera, because then I can use the lens on this one that's on it right now. And then I can use just my normal, whatever. I'll figure something out, you guys. I'll figure out something. There's gonna be a camera, all right? There'll be 2 cameras working. That's the main thing that's important. All right, let's raid my friendo Landfork. I'm gonna say happy 1 year. It's kind of boring, but let me just get some party stuff. I'll make a little message. I'll just say happy 1. Let me see. Happy 1 year. What can I say? I was trying to come up with something that made it sound like it was a relationship thing, like happy 1 year. You didn't forget our anniversary, did you? Something. I'm glad you didn't forget our anniversary this year. That'd be kind of funny. Let me see if I can make that work. No, there's no way for me. I can't think of a way to efficiently say that. Since it's an anniversary. It could be like, I can't believe it. Maybe something with fork in it. Yeah, we could. We could say, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you. No. I can't forget. I mean, there's that. Let me see. I don't wanna. Happy partner. Here's to another forking year. We could, let's see. May the forks be with you. How about that? May the forks be with you. Here's to another year. There we go. Thanks, Fork, remembering our anniversary. Oh my gosh, you almost combined them. You almost combined them. Nardavel, that's an amazing effort there. I think that this one will be good. May the forks be with you. Here's to another year. All right, boom, boom. This is what we're gonna do, you guys. Let's put some love in the chat for my friendo Landfork. Thanks so much for watching, you guys. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Much love. Hope y'all had a good time. I certainly did. Thanks so much for being here, everybody. Thank you so much to my mods. Alchemic Refuge. Thanks for always being here, watching over things. Thank you, Ariza, Dai, Jedi, and Linz. Everybody's here. Question mark? Is that everybody? Oh my gosh, we barely have any mods. Thank you. Thank you, mods, for watching over stuff. Let me get this raid started. Bada bing, bada boom. We got our raid going, you guys. Thank you so much, you guys, to my VIPs that I love very much. Anti-Darkheart, Calico, Lupus, and the Crane couple. Thanks for being here. Also, thank you, Anti-Darkheart, for the raid earlier. I appreciate it. She probably can't hear me. We'll see you later, Shin. I'm glad that you got to watch a little bit. Slimy Salamander, see you later. Bye-bye, Calico. We'll see you later. Linz, thanks so much for watching. I appreciate it. Blue Jay, we'll see you later. You're glad that you didn't sleep through the stream again? Hey, active in the chat. Unbelievable. Blue Jay, I hope that you get some good sleep tonight. Nerdaville, I'm glad that you've been enjoying watching some sweet Skyward Sword with us. Fantasy Animal Vegan, thanks for being here, Keith. Appreciate it. We'll see you guys later. Put some hype in the chat for my friendo, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Go. Get the frick out of here. Get out of... Oh my... Oh my god.
Thanks to @CalicoKitties YouTube for my sub gift.
Nice.